Hello, everybody. Hello, Tokyo. Hello, Super Coolio, Pastor Grenade, Video Gamer, Psykeeper, Chessmaster, Postal, and Gib. Well, considering this has Yokai Watch in it, which as we found out, people actually getting like 20 bucks for that now. Makes this lot actually not terrible. So it's kind of like 20 bucks for Yokai Watch, another $14 plus, you know, the shipping included for the other games. So I will link that, it's not terrible. Ending in 4 minutes. Have any of you been playing the new Dying Light? I watched about a minute of gameplay. And it looked cool. It looks very melee focused. I see a request there, Psykeeper. Hold on. Let's see. Darn, the figgies are kind of where I'd normally put this. Let me see, hold on. Oh, actually, hold on. Peeking out behind them. Perfect. Hold on, I got the wrong YouTube chat open. No, I got the right one. Will I be playing the new Nexon old school MapleStory? I've never played MapleStory. So as of right now, no, I would have no intention. No, we don't really look for specific games unless someone requests it. We just do general searches. So I heard Borderlands 4 has like some kind of memory leak issue where the longer you play the game, the worse the performance gets. Is that true? I think, unless that might only be for the console versions, or no, that's probably the PC version. $37 for virtual highlight complete, ending in 2 minutes. That's pretty good. I think this is normally closer to like 70 bucks. So I'll link that. For the aspiring Saturn collectors out there that want one of the best games on the console. It's both the console and PC version that have that issue. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hello, Brian. Yeah, this was always my favorite way that Xbox presented their spines, like that. Simple little logo on the top left. Artwork shows through almost entirely on the top. And then a little Series X thing up there. It's just so inconsistent. They have so many different box designs, it's crazy. Seems like they could just never settle on what they wanted to do. Look at that. Sightkeeper summons the D and we find one right away. Saturn Edition. Price is about right. Saturn editions of D usually end up being around $80. Oh. A little bit of yellowing on the tip there. And kind of like dust or smoke damage. See that? Kind of dusty. Right there. Hello, Harry. How do I feel about Xbox right now, and what do I think the future is for it? Yeah, they're not really in a good spot right now. I've pretty much honestly checked myself out of Xbox at this point. I randomly subscribe to Game Pass periodically. I no longer do year subscriptions. I just don't use it enough. They're really not releasing games that I care about. So, yeah. I pretty much just use them for the random backwards compatibility thing here and there. Maybe once in a while there's a day one Game Pass game that I want to play, and I'll resubscribe for the month. The future ain't looking good. I think they're just going to end up being like a cloud streaming service in the future. Xbox will just become Game Pass, and that is it. Hello, Lo Cimento. Hello, Alex. Thank you, Sightkeeper. Thank you for the D resub. Would you believe that people that bought Sonic Generations from limited run games are still to this day, a year later, waiting to receive their copies? The limited edition that they did. It's an embarrassment. You do Game Pass 3 months at a time. That's a good way of going about it. Yeah, it's sort of non-committal that way. It's like, okay, you get the 3 months, you probably get a little bit of a discount. And then if you're not using it after 3 months, then just wait until you're ready to use it again. 59 PS2 games. some heavily water damage. Look at the copy of Driver. That is water damage. 142, almost $200 with shipping for this. This person's actually making out decently. It's a lot of money for that. Usually, in my opinion, if you have a bunch of really crappy games, like this lot, selling them individually sometimes doesn't make sense. Usually if you bundle them together like this, it just like sets something off in people's brains, and they'll bid on it. Because if you try to sell most of these games individually, you'd be sitting on those for a long time. But the second you put them in a lot and you stack them up like that, you'll get the bids. PS1 lot with Twisted Metal 3. Greatest Hits GTA 2. Oh, and the Greatest Hits Driver 1 and 2. It's not the easiest compilation to find with the big bucks. Like the outer slipcase. Pretty good price here, you know. Twisted Metal 3 alone these days is like $25 to $30. Sometimes more depending on condition. So I'll link this. If you are on YouTube, by the way, and you want a link to any of these, like you're genuinely interested in bidding or buying, you just have to let me know. I have to link you to the seller's store. Yeah, I've wanted to try watching the Twisted Metal show. It looks okay. Am I excited for Frontiers 2? I'm excited for it just because I'm always excited for a new 3D Sonic. But I really hope that they, like, release a more polished, finished feeling game with Frontiers 2. If it's more of the same, I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm really hoping it's not a carbon copy. I wasn't a fan of Shenmue 3. It was just too boring. You compare Shenmue 3 to Shenmue 1 and 2. You just feel so invested in the atmosphere and the story and the things that happen in the first two games within the first half of them. Shenmue 3 is a snore fest. That game just takes way too long to go anywhere. And by the time it even did, I was moving on. It was just so boring. One day I'll give it another chance, but for now, Shenmue 1 and 2 are where it's at. So there's a copy of Half-Life sitting in here, which is $60 these days. Let's see if it's complete. It is not, but there's still good value there. So you're pretty much bidding on this for Bounty Hunter and Half-Life. Half-Life without the manual, probably closer to 35 to 40. But still a good deal if you want Half-Life. Here comes the stickers. I keep or remove them. I just keep all the stickers on. Yeah, I've always kept my stickers on. Back in the day, I just used to be too lazy to remove them. Too much of a pain. And now it kind of adds a bit of personality to the history of the game. Hello, Goomba. I don't think so, Link you. Will I ever play Firewatch again? I used to be a pretty big fan of Firewatch. Yeah, I'm not sure that's I think that's one of those games where it really is a one playthrough kind of game for me. I don't know, unless I give it like another 10 years or something. It's just a game that you kind of just like play, you don't know what to expect, and it kind of takes you off guard. I'm not sure I'd ever play that again. I think I even mentioned in my review for that game that it was like a game that I really liked but would never play it again. Kind of reminds me of Heavy Rain. Another game where I'm like, I really, really like that game, but playing it a second time would just, it wouldn't be the same knowing the twists. Looks like that one seller, I think it's the same seller, has some decent auctions ending throughout the night for Saturn stuff. Game of the year so far. Probably Mind's Eye. 1.0 patch. It's the best game I'll only ever play once. One of the games I used to say that about was the Dark Spire on DS. Like, I really, really enjoyed that game, but I never found it within me to play it a second time. Even though over the last several years I've felt like playing it again. I don't know what happened to my cart. And I like lost it. But that game is like so good, but it's such a brutal game that playing it again is just like, I'm not sure that would ever happen. Lurkernable? Firewatch reminds you of Quarry without werewolves, yeah. Honestly, I thought something like, when I played Firewatch, I didn't know what to expect. I had no clue. It could have went anywhere. That's what made it fun. A little pooping. Appreciate it. Keep trying to replay Resident Evil 7, 8, but they might be one-time plays. I think with horror games, for me, you need like a good amount of years between a playthrough, right? When I get done playing a horror game, I'm like, man, that was great, but I'm probably never going to play this again. But I'll tell you, over the years, there are certainly a lot of horror games where I said that to myself. But as time goes on, you're really like, wow, I'm kind of in the mood to play that game again. But for me, it usually takes 8 to 10 years for a lot of them. Because my memory with games is definitely on the more shorter term. A lot of people, like, they could have played a game 20 years ago and they can still tell you exactly where everything is, the story beats, the this, the that. For me, after like 7, 8 years, I'm forgetting most of that game. So it's kind of like a fun way to play through it again a second time. I'm actually glad that I forget a lot of games. For, you know, the major plots and things that you do in the game, because it just makes a second playthrough better. That's why with the Eco, I used to give it a few years between my playthroughs, because after a few years I would maybe forget how to solve a certain puzzle, or like maybe forget what the next area is again, and that made it a little more exciting. Of course, I gave that up when I started speedrunning the game. Now the game is like ingrained in my memory. Among Ashes? I don't think I played that. Sounds familiar though, I'm pretty sure I've looked at that. Hello Trekkie, hello Pat. This is a PS3 exclusive here, by the way. I don't have this one yet myself, but it is one of the few, like, you have to have a PS3 to play it kind of games. Warriors Legends of Troy. I've always been interested in it. Pretty common game, nothing rare or anything like that. I feel like it's something I'd really enjoy now. These like mid-era PS3 360 action games are always a lot of fun. Lex Astro, thanks so much. Thank you for that Prime sub. See, of course, Harmonious Echo would be the only one to know that this is a song from Trials of Mana. It's a good song. Padrino with the 20 months. As a golden doorknob over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Padrino. I have not played the new Indiana Jones game. I'm not like a super fan of Indiana Jones, so it's kind of like take it or leave it kind of thing for me. Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing the same thing, Bloodshot. Let me see if I can find it, hold on. So I'm not familiar with ArtStation. Is it like a 3D rendering? Is that what it is? Looks very nice. It makes me imagine what Eco could look like if it got a remaster treatment. Very cool. The possibilities Of course, I'd love to see a remake of Eco. But at the same time, it's like, does it really need it? I would love it, but I'm not, like, dying over the possibility, you know? At this point, I would just want them to keep making new games. No, Eco's always been pretty common. I think people used to probably feel like it was hard to come by Eco on PS2 because they weren't really looking for it. They never noticed it. Once you start paying attention to Eco, you'll notice it in a lot of places. It's a pretty highly printed game. Unless you're not talking about the North American copy. That I can't speak to. I know the European copy was, the PAL copy with, like, the postcards and stuff is pretty rare. Yeah, I can't imagine how hard it is for people that were very close to Billy. Like, I was an acquaintance, but I wasn't as close as a lot of people were. There's some people very close to him. From the Game Chasers, yes. Billy passed away 2 days ago. Anybody want a cheap PlayStation Portal? I got a lot of use out of mine. Look, it's even signed by Kojima. Actually, I have no idea who that's signed by, but they engraved it. Let's see what they say. Wait, hold on. That is actually signed by somebody, but they don't say who. Because it says 24. That is. At first, I thought it was just scratches on the back, but that is definitely signed by someone. I wonder who. Huh. Very weird. Oh, that's not the portal itself. I thought that was the back of the portal. It's like the box? I don't know. Hello, Brandon. Probably not in the exact same manner as the Klonoa video, Brandon. It was a little bit of an experiment I tried. Unfortunately, I don't really even have the same editing software anymore that I used to make that. That was for my old PC. Am I getting Silent Hill F next week? So I never really confirm anything that I'm going to be playing for October, but I'd say it's likely. It's been a tradition for the past who knows how many years. I always play a Silent Hill game every year. $26 bid. Yeah, that sounds about right, given how terrible of a lot this is. Box only for Paper Mario. Ooh, that's really bad condition. Damn. And people still are bidding this up to $30 with shipping. Look at the condition of this box. This reminds me of the people with like Pokemon cards that purposely buy the worst condition cards you can possibly find. Like, at some point, you just gotta be like, you know what? Maybe I don't need the box for this game. Because I don't think you need that in your collection. You're better off just with the card copy. Oh my god. Yeah. It's water damaged. You can see the water stains. How are people bidding $22 on this right now, plus $7 shipping? It's not even that expensive. Like, at that point, just buy a brand new complete in box copy that have a nice box. Sell the cart, sell the manual, keep a nice condition box, and you can probably practically get the box for free in much better condition. You'll be playing Resident Evil for the first time, the remaster. That game still looks amazing. That lot with Twisted Metal went for 54. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about what I would have assumed that lot would go for. Any specific 360 games I'm looking for? Not at the moment. I still have a ton of 360 games I need to play that I picked up during the 360 apocalypse. So right now I'm pretty content with my 360 games. Am I interested in the top Star Wars Chrome cards? Years ago I would have been, but not anymore. I don't watch the newer Star Wars stuff, so the fact that they have the Acolyte characters featured on the box, knowing my luck, I'll pull an autograph card for that show that I don't even watch, so that's why I have no interest. The only time I'd get Star Wars cards these days is if it's from the prequels and original trilogy. If it includes like the animated shows and stuff like the Acolyte, I want nothing to do with it. Ever played a 3D platformer called Poi? Yes. I was a big fan of Poi. One of the most refined controlling 3D platformers. Like, it was essentially a clone of Mario 64 in terms of controls, but it was very fun to play. The controls are really good. The jumping and sliding and everything was pretty much spot on. Am I a big Silent Hill 2 fan? You're wondering if you go cheaper and play the original on Xbox, or... Oh, just go for the Xbox. Like, if you're not concerned about playing that on something other than a PlayStation console, then yeah, the Xbox would be a fine one to go with. Cheaper, and you get a little bit more content. Silent Hill 2 is a great game. Just the perfect length. I mean, everything about that game is just like the perfect culmination of a survival horror game. Sometimes less is more. That's why the remake will always pale in comparison. It's just too much fluff in that game. You're about to play Panzer Dragoon Saga for the first time? Yeah, enjoy it. There's still no RPG out there quite like that one. That game also has one of my favorite towns. Like, the first town/village that you visit in that game always stuck out to me. I always loved it. Tactics? Yeah, I'm not sure about those. Well, the Analog Pocket will come with the benefit of, if you ever wanted to upgrade it, you can play other games other than Game Boy stuff. So, there's quite a bit of inherent value in that. However, a modded Game Boy Advance with all the bells and whistles is also pretty darn good looking. Hello, ethical. I've had some red rings of death. I think I had 2 or 3 red rings on 360. PS3, I never had the yellow light yet. But I'm like trying to preserve my PS3. I pretty much only turn it on, like the one that could yellow light, unless it's absolutely necessary. I used to do a lot of speedrunning on that console, but then it started acting a little finicky, so I stopped using it. Bought myself a Slim. Alright, we will come back to auctions later. A few decent auctions tonight, though. Yeah, if you're worried about form and like holding the console, the original Game Boy Advance with a modded screen might be the way to go. Always more comfortable. Recently took your original Xbox out of storage, plugged it in, and it wouldn't read discs. Yeah, that's because your capacitor probably leaked. That's what happened to mine. If you opened it up, your capacitor would be leaked all over the place inside on the board. I'm not confirming anything out cold, but you know, I'm sure the chance is likely. Streaming with PS3 difficult. It's just a pain. Because you have to run an extra splitter with HDMI to bypass the protection that they have on there. So it's just more wires and crap you gotta hook up. It's just a pain. I do not recommend this game, by the way. If any of you see this on sale, this will probably be on sale in a lot of places this Black Friday. Heed my warning. It is not worth it. This Neptunia Game Maker R Evolution game. Holy moly, was this... It was bad. I mean, I streamed this and I was blown away how simple, straightforward, like not in a good way the dungeons were. The combat, it's one of those RPGs where you start the game dealing like 50,000 damage. You feel overpowered right from the start. The combat is way too easy. Nothing is a challenge. It honestly feels like you're playing a mobile game. Like it was so bad. The only redeeming factor about this is that it seems like it's a decent visual novel if you're into like the fun of characters that represent different consoles. I was actually very impressed by the fact that there are characters in here that are essentially like representations of consoles, like the Pippin. You heard that right. The Pippin. 3DO. And I called out all the little references that they had to, like wearing the logo. Like it was actually really fun to see what characters are supposed to represent what console. But man, the gameplay is bad. So be careful. You're probably going to see this during Black Friday sales a lot. I do not recommend it. There are a couple of good games in here, but not worth $100. Lucy found me. Thank you. It's a cute lot. $33 each game. That's probably about right for Xenoblade, Dragon Quest XI, Super Mario RPG. Come on, we need that Xenoblade Chronicles patch already, Nintendo. Man, I watched a video. I linked it in my Discord today. I watched a video that was uploaded yesterday. The video is just called I Hate Nintendo. What a great video. It was... They pretty much like beat for beat hit everything that makes Nintendo such an evil company these days. I'd recommend it. It's probably, believe me, it's going to show up in your algorithm. Trust me. It will show up in your algorithm. It's one of those kind of videos. $400? Are they serious? For what? This person thinks they're sitting on a gold mine. Somebody want to tell them? Yeah, I'm alright, Parbs. I know a lot of people around him, his immediate friends and stuff are... Yeah, it's very hard for them. Yeah, it was very shocking and out of nowhere. Essentially, if you missed the 2 videos that he uploaded on his channel, like, you had really no way of knowing. Because even when that happened, there weren't too many people posting about it on social media that I noticed. So yeah, it definitely was, like, under the attention of many people. So it's a big shock to a lot. The open world footage for Prime 4 was looking rough. Kind of agree. I was actually a little disappointed when I saw that. I was really hoping that the game would be, like, just entirely in first person. I wasn't super excited about that open world bike stuff. It also very much looked like a Switch 1 game. Like, it didn't... That part didn't do much for me. I kind of believe it, Wargly. Also, that video I'm talking about pretty much hits on that exact point. They do a really good job in that video of, like, explaining how Iwata's passing was pretty much, like, the downfall. That's a big part of it. It's like, it makes you feel like there's just 2 different eras of Nintendo, like, before Iwata, after Iwata. It's just like 2 different companies. I don't think I really even have a favorite developer right now. It always feels like the developers that you used to always love, like, they've been turning sour lately. So that's a hard question. I don't feel like I have such loyalty to one developer or company right now that I just like profess all of my love. Like with the way the industry is now, it's really hard to be like 100% on board gushing about one developer or company or something. It's just like, especially companies, because a lot of them are just making so many weird choices these days. Plus, it's a lot of them. It's hard, right? Because they release like one game every 7 years, so it's like it's hard to even get excited anymore because the turnaround time for a new game is just so long. I miss the days when they used to be able to put out like super solid, even AAA experiences in like 3 year turnaround time. Some instances 2 years. Do I play my Switch 2 off stream ever? No. No. There's nothing to play on it right now. Just a waiting game at this point. It's actually not a bad lot. Big Ol' Bass 2 is actually pretty uncommon. There was a point where that game was like $30. I'm not sure what it's going for now. Let me see. It's possible it came down in price. I remember when I tried to get my copy, it was actually pretty hard to get a complete copy of that at the time. Yep, $30. So it actually is still in that $25 to $30 range. Disc only? Wait, what? Waiting box with Action Bass. Oh, Action Bass is disc only. That's a good price for that. Because other copies are like $30 shipped. See what I mean? There's only a few copies on all of eBay for this game. Now, this is not your normal fishing game. This is one of those fishing games where you're like fishing up T-Rexes and stuff, so it's actually kind of goofy fun. I think they even show it on the back. Yeah, see, look. That's a T-Rex. So I'll link this because this is actually a great price for this game. If anybody on YouTube needs a link, you just gotta let me know. And then this here. Solid selection. There's a lot of like $10 to $15 games in here. Very reasonable price for all this. Believe it or not. As long as you're a fan of greatest hits. It almost makes you wonder if the Switch 3 is going to release and it's going to have no games on launch, and Nintendo's just going to be like, just play your Switch 2 and Switch 1 games on there. Just wait. Yeah, Kirby will be good. Once we start getting stuff like Kirby Air Riders, that for me is like the big one right now. I'm more excited for that than Metroid Prime, if I'm being honest. It's like I'm looking forward to Metroid Prime 4, but I'm not like one of those die-hard fans that has been waiting for that game for the past decade, right? Like, I'm completely okay if we went another decade without it. The fact that we're getting it is nice, but it's like I'm not one of those mega fans. The Switch lot, yeah, it was pretty good. It is an expensive lot, though. I don't think too many people here would be interested in that. Great game selection, though. $45 Mario Party GameCube lot. $11 shipping. Really rough manual on Tony Hawk. No manual flushed away. No manual on Mario Party. Pretty scratched up. Yeah, it's hard to pull one over on people selling GameCube games. Like, there's usually always a reason if they seem too good to be true. Metroid Prime Remaster. I wouldn't really say that's an October game, but yeah, it's got some creepy vibes. Not really horror adjacent, though. Yeah, cracks in the center of the disc. If I were doing a 40-game loose disc lot of mostly low-price stuff, but no sports or Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty type stuff, what would you... Well, that would depend on the console, and honestly, it would depend on the discs. Because you can have some really good games in there. So I don't know if you want to, like, highlight a few games to give me an idea, but... yeah, that is highly dependent on what the games are. I wouldn't want you to undersell it or oversell it. Let's just say that each disc is like, I don't know, average of $3 each, let's say. Don't price it at $120. I would price it at something like, if you want it to sell, you'd have to be willing to take a big hit. I would say anywhere in the range of like 75 to 85. But that would be like a fair price or something like that. But like I said, it really depends on the games. People will buy it. There are people out there that definitely buy disc only. It just takes a bit. Do not underestimate the people that buy only get discs. There are a lot of people out there that do. I did a stream of Eternal Darkness for Horror Month. I was not super into it. The game was just a little too long-winded for something that I wanted to finish. It kind of like lost its appeal after like 5 or 6 hours for me. I understand how cutting edge that game was at the time, but yeah, I just couldn't really get into it. And a lot of it didn't really feel very horror-esque after a while. It felt more like something you can play outside of October if you really wanted to. Happens to you all the time, yeah. Well, something too, I guess a lot of people get games now from like secondhand, right? Thrift stores, flea markets. And unless they're like smelling them themselves, they may not even notice. I've heard though if you put them in like an enclosed, say like tub or something, like a bin, plastic bin, with baking soda, that will remove the smell. I did that once for like a plush or something, and it did work. The only kind of okay ones are Ratchet and Clank Go and Command Attack and for Destroy Humans. GTA Vice City. Okay, so like PS2 stuff. If price trading tells you 240, I'd price. What I would do is price it at 175 or best offer and see what happens. Or you can do 200 and best offer, but like if you want to draw more attention, I would do like in the realm of 175 or best offer. Really depends like how fast you're looking to sell it. Just don't take an immediate lowball offer. If somebody sends you an offer as soon as you list it, that means that you probably have a pretty good listing, and just let it sit and see what happens. The reason they're sending you an immediate offer would be because they know that it's a good listing and they're trying to catch you off guard before it has a chance to sell for a normal price. And also they're trying to get an offer accepted before somebody else buys it, so they send it immediately. What about the VCS? I have the VCS. I've streamed it quite a bit. It's a terrible little console that I kind of really like. I don't know, there's just something that I really like about that thing. It's such a failure, but there's just something really charming about it. The fact that Atari still supports it. Essentially, like, the old owners of Atari came out with the VCS, and then when they left and the newer owners took over, they still kind of, like, decided to keep it alive. And they're somehow still releasing games on that thing. I find it pretty impressive, the fact that games are still releasing on the VCS. But I think its time is definitely limited. It's only a matter of time. People message you offers. Oh, you have it $100 for all the discs right now? I mean, if you want to tell me what the title is, I could take a look at it for you. Let you know what I think. Put the link in the chat above. I think it automatically blocked it. You have to tell me the title. Yeah, it doesn't even show for me. Well, if price trading's telling you that you got $240 worth of discs, I'm sure you've got some decent stuff in there then. But price sharing can definitely be deceiving. But I have to look at it to know. So they're telling you this is worth $240? Alright, so here's something to keep in mind for like how price charting works for this kind of stuff. So it may tell you something like Just Dance on Wii or Madden 09 All Play is a like $7 disc. But they're getting this data off of, say there's 200 discs of Madden 09 or Just Dance for sale, and rarely and occasionally maybe one sells for $5, $6, $7. Does that mean that it's actually worth $5, $6, or $7? No, because there's so many people trying to sell the disc. It's just that one person gets lucky and finally sells one. So that's why you got, for me, I would essentially take whatever it tells you. Games like Just Dance, Madden 09, Shrek Forever After, every Just Dance game. I would honestly just take the value of those out of the lot. Just assume they're not even in the lot. Even stuff like a Rock Band disc. So there's a lot of things in here where if I were selling a lot like this, I would just pretend that that game isn't even in the lot price. So I think your pricing of having this at $100 originally, now that I've seen the games, I think 100 was like fine to probably keep it at. However, I would definitely turn on best offer if you're looking to sell it. You got some good stuff in here. Like, there's definitely some good discs in here. But the only person that will buy this is a store, like a retro game store, to try and resell them in some way. Your average collector is not going to go for a mishmash of different consoles like this. It's just too specialized, right? Like, it's just too random for people to want to pick this up. If I had a lot like this, what I would do personally is I would just take the original Xbox games, make your own lot with just the Xbox games, price that accordingly. Because the Xbox selection is like not terrible. People would probably be interested in that. And then do a PS2 lot. And then the Wii stuff, I would literally just like use it as target practice. Throw it up in the air and shoot it with a slingshot, a gun, whatever you got. But if you wanted to keep everything together in a picture like this and sell everything all together, honestly, no more than $75. That's my take on it. The thing is with disc only, even if a game is $15 complete in box, like it's so much harder to sell a game disc only. It's actually easier to sell individual discs disc only because you will find people that just either have the box or they don't care if it has the box. But finding somebody that actually wants all of these games together, that's going to be difficult. So, I mean, take my advice for what you will, but yeah, I would either drop it back to 100 with best offer or just put it at $75, buy it now. Or the best thing to do, if you've had this listed for a while, remove the listing, re-upload it so that it gets more exposure. Because if you've had this sitting here for a while, it's going to be very hard to get clicks on it. So you get a lot more exposure if you re-list an item because you'll get the eyes on it for people that are checking newly listed listings. It's not the average. If it's the average price that it's being sold at, what does it matter that it doesn't sell as often? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. What I'm saying is if you have a disc, say there's 200 disc-only copies of Just Dance on eBay and people are asking $5 for it, and one sells a month, to me, I mean, it's like having... It's almost like not even having it for sale, right? Because the chances of that selling are just like so incredibly rare. It's like it's like winning the Just Dance lottery. It's like, okay, you have been selected this month to have your $5 disc sell, and then all the other people are just sitting there month after month after month waiting for it to sell. That's why when I have a very common low value game, if I go to sell it in the lot, I treat it as if it's not even in the lot. It's just like an extra thing on top that you're getting. So if I were to price a lot based on the games that are in there, I price it based on the actual desirable games and not the ones that nobody wants. That's how I kind of treat it. It's like a little bonus extra. That's what I mean by that. Right? Like if I was trying to sell this lot, I would treat it as though Zumba does not exist in the lot. Sun-faded copy of Dead Island, probably worth like $5 if that. I would treat it as though it's probably not even in there. That's just how I'd handle it, at least. And then it makes the lot appear a little more tempting for potential buyers, because they look at it and they're like, oh, this game is $5. They don't go and do the research, like how often does this sell? What is it actually like? They look at it and they're like, oh, Dead Island. They don't realize that the game is just like practically worthless. But because your price is lower, it makes it more tempting. This sold. Let's see what was in here. $185. Well, probably sold because it has Bust a Move 2, which is pretty much like the bulk of the value of this entire lot. Mint condition copy, probably, what, minimum $100, $120 at least. Not sure what it's going for. I know it's going for a lot, though. Am I getting Silent Hill F? Yeah, I've been asked a few times tonight. I don't reveal everything I'm going to play during October, but I would say Silent Hill F is a likely purchase. I played some Silksong. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, I could see why people love the series. I'm not, like, enamored by it, but it's alright. It's crazy how much eBay pushes promoting listings now. That's just free money for them. They're definitely going to push that. They take, what, like a 10% cut? That's it's not bad if you're listing something cheap, but if you're listing more expensive stuff, I don't think it's worth it. Why is Big Ol' Bass 2 so expensive? It's just a pretty rare / uncommon game. It's just not something you see often. And there is a fan base out there of arcadey fishing games, and that happens to be a very arcadey, over-the-top fishing game. I notice how expensive Tornado Outbreak on the PS3 got. Yeah, it's not as expensive on the 360. It's just one of those games that unfortunately got caught up in the quote-unquote hidden gem hype on YouTube, you know, a decade or so ago, and never really recovered from it. But sometimes some games, just for some reason, end up more expensive on PlayStation than 360, even though the 360 version probably runs a lot nicer. My guess would be the 360 copy is a lot more common, higher print run. The PS3 version may have had actually a pretty low print run, so like there's enough people out there interested on it for buying on the PS3, so it kind of keeps the price higher than 360. For a long time, I believe the 360 version, it was like pretty easy to find a sealed copy too. PS3 I can't really speak to. Am I gonna play Klonoa Empire Dreams when it comes to Switch? No. No. I mean, if I really wanted to play it, I would just play it on the original Game Boy Advance cart. I'm not the biggest fan of the Game Boy Advance Klonoa games, if I'm being honest. They're cute and all, but I don't really like... When I think of Klonoa games, I think of Klonoa 1 and 2. I'm not, like, the biggest fan of the Game Boy ones. They're just a little puzzle heavy for my tastes. Especially Dream Champ Tournament. I have no idea how common fakes are for PS1 Klonoa. I don't think I've ever seen a fake copy of that. It's not easy to fake a PS1 game. It's pretty obvious. Unless you mean like faking a manual or something, or the insert. In which case I have no idea. Thanks, Rocky. Thank you for the resub. 110 months. Appreciate that as always. Yeah, Budokai Tenkaichi, well, that's cheaper on Wii because most fighting game fans don't want to be laughed at for playing a fighting game on Wii. Right, a lot of fighting game people, like, they literally just have the consoles they need to play their fighting games. So I would imagine a lot of them just have, like, their PlayStations and stuff. Not a lot of fighting game fans are going to go out of their way to get a Wii to play on. That's just my take on it. Like, the hardcore fighting game fans. Maybe they have one for Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. It's not a terrible lot. 18-wheeler game. It's supposed to be pretty good. Two Towers, Robotech, and Hot Wheels. $10 shipping though. $28. $7 a game. No manual. It's okay. A lot of the Wii stuff is just ports anyway. I think what it is too, a lot of people are afraid that the Wii versions are going to have unnecessary like waggle controls. And I don't blame them. Because a lot of Wii stuff back then did have silly motion stuff. Katamari Forever. Price on that has come down. Would have been decent though. Because there was a point where that game was like $30+ Not anymore though. Well, the way to think of it is it's like horror games on PlayStation consoles. A lot of people want horror games on PlayStation because that's just how they've built their collection out with horror games. They're they're essentially devoted fans to horror games on PlayStation consoles. So I think it's the same way with fighting games. I think most of them just don't want their fighting games on Wii, especially at this point. Most people may have gotten rid of their Wiis or their Wii U's. Maybe they don't even have them anymore. Maybe they traded them in to afford a new console or something. So we can't just always assume that everybody's still going to have their older consoles laying around just to pick up some fighting games a little more cheaper. Maybe they just didn't deem keeping a Wii or a Wii U worthy of having it sit around, because they just feel like they can buy those fighting games and then some on a PlayStation or an Xbox or something. But I think a lot of it just has the stigma of there are still a lot of people out there that want nothing to do with a Wii. They just want nothing to do with it. Or it could have something to do with like when if they take it serious enough where they play in tournaments or something, the tournament versions are probably not using a Wii version, so they want to be sure that they're using controllers and like everything, that they'll be 100% in tune with whatever the community accepted version is. That's what they'll play. Why is this song so much louder than everything else? Need to balance their songs a little more. Who buys fighting games on handhelds? That's definitely for the casual crowd. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of casual people that would still play fighting games. It's not just for the hardcore fighting game crowd. And now this song is really low. Guess the last song was just so much louder. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, that is true. PS2, the controller is very standard. Like, everybody likes it. Everybody likes to use it for fighting games. Wii, you'd have to go out of your way to buy extra stuff to make fighting games feel good. Especially if you're just looking to use a normal controller. Right, not everybody's going to have a pro controller at the ready. And then guess what you got to do with a pro controller? You got to have it hooked up to your Wii remote, and you got to put batteries in that. That's a pain. You got to have that silly sensor bar hooked up all the time. PlayStation, plug it in, boom, you're done. Ready to play. So I'm sure there's a lot of reasons that contribute to Wii versions of things like fighting games just being way less desirable. Also, Wii, you're dealing with composite most of the time. If you have a Wii U, it's HDMI, which is actually a good reason. Like, that is a reason to actually own the Wii versions of those games, because HDMI is a lot nicer than composite, or even like S-Video in many cases. It's convenient. Wii U HDMI convenient. But guess what? Not a lot of people have a Wii U. And I don't blame them at this point. I think even the people that had it, probably most of them got rid of it. You know, we got to remember that there's a lot of casual gamers out there, right? It's not all collectors that like never get rid of their consoles. I think a lot of people that bought the Wii U got rid of that thing. Especially when the Switch came out. Yeah, but I think your average person that just has a Wii probably doesn't even have a CRT sitting around anymore. Right? They've probably upgraded to HD TVs already. I don't know. I just have a hard time feeling like most people use component on Wii. At least now, right? I don't know about you guys. I don't have a TV sitting around that can use component. I think that's the same for most people. Let alone someone that's not like collectors, right? So I think once a lot of people upgraded their TVs, they probably just got rid of the Wii. Keep their PS2. That's that. Or heck, maybe a lot of people are using their PS3s, backwards compatible PS3s, to play PS1, PS2 stuff. We don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know any people personally that are casually into playing older games, right? Some of you may. What are they doing? Like, what are they actually using? These are just cases. My friends aren't game collectors, so no. Notice trends on Skylanders. Skylanders are still... They're still selling like crazy. I think it's like a subset of people on YouTube or something that hype it up. I don't know. $1,200 Skylander lit. Skylanders is probably not coming back though, unfortunately. There was a shot at it, but it's like a year or so ago some news came out that like pretty much killed that chance. I forget the specifics, but I was like, oof. Yeah, it's probably not happening now. It was just too much Toys to Life. Too much too fast. There were just too many companies copying it. People got tired of it. If a Toys to Life company came back now and just like gradually released stuff, not $40 or $50 for an amiibo, Nintendo, you know, let's go back to like, you know, something a little cheaper. We don't need something that looks like a freaking statue. We're okay with it looking a little derpy. I think people would be kind of into it. Ten copies of Brink, yeah. Yeah, that person's going to be sitting on that lot for a bit. I love how this person literally, like, could not wait to list these, so they listed them at the storage unit. Just busted the lock and boom, they're up on eBay. The only way that'll happen, Wargly, is if I get lazy. Well, NES games are probably starting to sell more slowly because most people are probably... Like, the NES collectors probably already have a very impressive collection. So most of the lots out there, they don't need because they already have most of the games. The thing that we need to remember about NES too is, like, the subset of people that would collect for that are probably in their 30s, 40s, 50s, stuff like that. So most of those people have been collecting for a while now. And a lot of them are probably, like, building out some pretty impressive collections. Or they've just accepted alternative means because a lot of NES stuff was getting so expensive that your average person could not afford it. So they just, like, moved on to a different way of playing NES games. Alright, change the search. They're listing 12 games here. Let's see what we got. Garbage, but you gotta check that, you never know. I don't do that any longer, Potbelly. If I find something, even if it's a really good deal, I still post a link for other people to buy. I'd be excited for a new Mirror's Edge game. That's hard to say with a company like EA these days. I'm sure it would be some microtransaction crap. I didn't even play Catalyst, so I feel like my excitement for something like that now would probably be nowhere near as high as it would have been back in the day. Just because I have a feeling it wouldn't be what I would want from it anyway. Mirror's Edge was really awesome at the time when that came out. But I don't know what happened with Catalyst. I honestly don't even remember why I didn't play it. Maybe the reviews turned me off. Maybe I just didn't care at the time. I had to be playing something. I must have been caught up in playing something where I just did not care at all about a new Mirror's Edge coming out. Because I really liked the first one. Couldn't tell you though. I really don't remember why. Yeah, I remember I made a glowing review for that game on YouTube. That was a review that was so old that I was still doing the filming off the TV technique. I think that was one of the last games I did that for though. Sonic 3 Steelbook. There's no way that's $300. Not a chance. Well, Mirror's Edge was really big when it came out because we just weren't used to seeing a game with that level of parkour like skills inside of it. It was very ahead of its time in that regard. Just running on walls and seamlessly grabbing ledges and pulling yourself up and just running. Like, it felt so good to play that game. It was very, very unique for the time. Now it's like kind of almost expected in that genre. It's like, okay, if your game doesn't play like Mirror's Edge, then there's something wrong. That's kind of like how people view it now with first-person shooters. And Mirror's Edge, yes, has guns. I mean, how else do you 3D platformer first-person? It essentially is in that third-person shooter genre, even though you don't have to use guns, but you can. You can use them if you want. Anybody need some Seaman canned tuna? It's pretty funny. It is one of the better promos out there. Do they actually have something in there? Or is it just a tin? There is a voice-activated device that says, I'm Seaman. You can't throw me back, you know. Okay, no, it's just a voice thing. It was not working last week, but it worked more recently. Therefore, I would say it has a 50% chance of working. Fake cover arts. I haven't seen the fake cover art stuff, but I've seen a lot of that stuff with trading cards. It's actually kind of annoying. Because some of those fake AI generated things that they make that are kind of explicit, like I'm sure there's a lot of kids that browse eBay or like browse eBay with their parents or something looking for Pokemon cards, and that crap pops up all the time. It's very annoying. I wasn't aware they do that for game covers. Hopefully that doesn't start bleeding over into our searches. Any Amico games on eBay. I think people do list them. Let me see. They're just the cardboard boxes though. Let's see. Here's someone trying to sell some. I'm really sad this thing never came out. I was so looking forward to it. It was gonna be so bad. I was excited for it. I really was. Nothing I love more than a dumpster fire console on day one. The thing I was most excited for was when they were getting... Look at, people are still buying $100 for 8 of them. Where you were supposed to be able to, like, every game was going to have an online leaderboard. I was so ready to be freaking competing against the little kid down the street, you know? Show him who's boss in, what's one of the games? Buy planes. No, that's, oh, that is Amico. Yeah, buy planes on Amico. But, yeah. That never happened. Will I play Sonic Racing? I've already played it a couple times. I'm not super blown away by that game, so... If I get it, it'll probably be in the future when it's on sale just for the single player of it. But I was not impressed with the online at all. Sonic Racing better than Mario Kart World? In some ways it is, yes. They both have their problems, though. The rubber banding's disgusting in that game. It's not really my thing. It's worse than Mario Kart rubber banding. Here's this Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Tiger handheld. I saw this at the convention that I went to. Forget what they were asking. It was like $300 or something though. It's cool. I'm glad I don't collect these things. Don't want to have to find a way to store those. Tell you though, I've never seen that one growing up. Had to be pretty rare. Oh, I'll have to wait and see, Sid. Well, there is a demo. There is a demo for the single player of Crossworlds right now. So you guys you should try it right now before you buy it. Try it out and see, before you pick it up. But keep in mind, your experience may vary when you play online multiplayer. It's one thing going up against AI, but when you're going up against people, and you're constantly getting hit by items and rubber banding and like everything else we hate about kart racers, it may change your mind. You found a copy of Lunacy for $45. Wow, that's a great price. Congrats on that. Was it disc only or complete? Hello? I think they may have used the wrong photo. Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga Deluxe Box Set. We don't let them know. We don't let them know. Wait, Ghostbusters for... Hold on, is this their whole thing? They use these pictures so you click into it? Oh my god. We totally took the bait. Unless they actually like were selling something related here and then I don't know, but it worked. It worked. They got us. Yep. That's the new meta. Get ready for it. You saw it here first. I don't think they're placeholder images. But they did say the description was coming soon. Oh, darn it. Pick up where I left off. No. It's gonna be coming back to haunt me the whole night. Very rare copy of Mega Man on Game Gear. This must have been really trippy to see back in the day, seeing Mega Man on a Sega console like that. Oh my god. The Pandora? Goodness gracious. Anybody that used to listen to All Gen Gamers knows how crazy seeing this thing is. How many years was Gamester waiting for this thing? 6, 7 years for the... No, it was like 4 or 5 years for the Pandora. It just became an inside joke on the podcast because he pre-ordered this thing and like literally every other week we'd ask him about it. Now you look at it and it's just like, whatever. Yeah, there's so many of these things now, but it was kind of cutting edge for the time. But what, by the time it came out, it no longer was. But when it first was announced, it kind of was. That looks nice. Wood grain. Game Boy Color. Not $400 nice, though, I'll tell you that. But it's nice. What is the value of colored Wii's? I don't think there's really much of a difference with like a different color Wii. I think they're all pretty much the same price. Unless there's one color that people prefer over the other. But yeah, I think it's just all the same price. I couldn't answer. I've only played Fatal Frame 1 to completion, so I couldn't tell you. The remake of 2 looks interesting, though. I'll probably play that instead of the original one when the time comes. Well, there's still people that listen to it, Wargly, so... Apparently so. There's a lot of people that still start from episode 1 and work their way through. Anybody need a Zelda kite? Ocarina of Time? It's actually pretty common. We've seen this quite a bit over the years. It's fairly cheap for how vintage it is, though, you know? Did I get a copy of Battle Kid? I don't think I did, no. I wasn't really into NES homebrew stuff back then as much. Wikipedia said Fatal Frame 2 is one of the scariest games ever. Yeah, and that's why I was disappointed by it, because I played it with those expectations and it actually wasn't that scary. The ghost stuff just didn't really do much for me. Did it have a creepy atmosphere? Sure, but it wasn't like the scariest game I'd ever played, that's for sure. Oh, they got rid of her. No, she's still down there. Like, I think the Silent Hill games are way scarier than Fatal Frame 2. Fatal Frame 2, I guess you just gotta really be afraid of ghosts. Yeah, I've been anticipating the console version of Pulse. They had a pre-order page up on PlayStation now for like almost a year. Practically, I think like right after I released my video last year, they put it up on consoles. So it's been 10, 11 months. Pools will be a really cool game in PSVR. I'm excited for people to play that for the first time like that. I would be tempted to put up with potential motion sickness again with PSVR to play that in VR. I mean, I've already played the game, so it's kind of like, you know, but it would be so cool to look around in that game. Very unnerving. Yeah, I will definitely slowly work through the Fatal Frame games, especially the newer ones. It's just that they tend to be a little bit more on the longer side, so it's harder for me to slot those into October. Silent Hill scarier than Resident Evil? I would say yes. But it depends what Resident Evils you're talking about. More recent Resident Evils, I would say they're kind of on par with Silent Hill. Have I ever heard of Lovere? I don't even know how you say that. Yeah, I'm aware of those museum 3DS games. I have no interest in those. No personal interest. This game won't work on a US console. I guess they've had someone buy from them and then have to return it. $200 delivery, by the way. $200. I think this person in Portugal really does not want you to buy this if you're in the US. Economy shipping, by the way. Was Resident Evil Village scary? I would say Resident Evil 7 in VR was way scarier than 8. Soon bovine scene. Hello bovine. That's cute. I never knew that they made a official Lemmings figure. Totaku. Wasn't that? Yeah, that was the. Wasn't that the Sony brand? Oh, Think Geek. Man, I don't know. I've heard of Totaku before. That's cool. I wasn't aware they had that. I've been streaming for over a decade, Ty. Don't blink. What is this? PC game? I don't know too much about those, Mike. Capcom Essentials Collection? Yeah, I don't really know too much about those. Resident Evil 9 is coming, but it's called Requiem. Sort of like what they did with Village, where they mask the number 9 in the title. Well, thank you, Ty. I appreciate it very much. It's a cute Yoshi. Very dirty looking, though. I was like, tentative is. I don't know why tentative is posting kidney infection symptoms, but good to know. Good to know regardless. Maybe you help someone out in chat. So you just say Wargly. Have I ever heard of Pokegrinds? I have not. What is Pokegrinds? I remember there was actually an advertisement for this game in one of my old gaming magazines, I think. But I think it was like one of those ones where they show a bunch of games and they just showed like a little tiny cover for it. Rio portable game console. That game looks kind of good. I highly doubt that's actually on there though, right? That looks pretty cool. Are these all... They're all knockoff games? They honestly don't even look that terrible. They got a rally game on there. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like that game on the front cover is actually on here, though. I was gonna say, boy, if that was on there, that looks pretty solid. Don't bother with gaming guides, not anymore. It used to be more fun when games would actually come out with guides, affordable guides, but now that that's no longer really a thing, it takes a lot of the fun out of it. And when it comes to retro guides, they're usually just too expensive, and I just don't want guides taking up all that room. They're pretty bulky and heavy. So I'm happy with my like old guide collection from back in the day. I don't really add anything to it. I think older guides are awesome though, but I'm just not really looking to spend the money on what most of the good ones go for now. Because ultimately, if I'm playing a game now, I'm streaming it, and I'm not going to use a guide while I'm streaming it. So for me, it would be a purely collector kind of thing at this point. So I can't really justify it. Man, you guys remember X-Rocker chairs? These things still popular? I remember there was a period where these were all the kids wanted for their gaming rooms. I mean, I even had one of these at some point in the past. Not like this, but like, you know, one of these types of chairs. Really cool when you're younger. Trying to get out of a chair like this now, forget about it. I'd be stuck. You'd have to send in the fire department to rescue me. Best Buy exclusive Cuphead Xbox One case and cell art. Wow. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen an Xbox One case before. That says full game for both Xbox One and Windows 10 PC. Look at that. Full game? Have you guys ever seen an Xbox One case that actually tells you get the full game on the cover? I've never seen that. The art cells are actually pretty nice. It's not a terrible little collector's edition kind of thing. Oh. Are they showing us that they have 5 copies of this? Why would you do that? Last Airbender Avatar. The only one there is one on the PS2. That is a decent price and rarity. Fire Inferno or something like that. I forget the exact subtitle. For quite a few years, it's been like somewhat uncommon. It goes for. It used to go for like 30-40 bucks. I don't know what it goes for now. Super Nintendo accessories for a third party that have save states. I don't personally have any of that kind of stuff, but a lot of people use EverDrives for that kind of thing with save stating on the cart. Does Evercade have a standard game I'd recommend? Honestly, just go for the arcade compilations. You can't really go wrong with any of the arcade compilations on Evercade. If you have the alpha, it's really fun to play them that way. I'd recommend the ones that come with shoot 'em ups and beat 'em ups. But at that point, it's just really up to you, like what kind of games you're into. Just go for whatever has the most games you're interested in. What's special about it? Well, I can only speak from the alpha perspective. So it's like a little mini arcade machine that it's just, I don't know, it's really fun to play. Just the sound that comes out of that thing, the controls, like it's just a nice, affordable, low space arcade machine where you can plug in carts. It's essentially like, it's emulating arcade games and console games and such, but you have physical ownership over the games. So you have physical cartridges that come in a box, come with full color manuals at very affordable prices. So from a preservation standpoint, they do a really good job of bringing physical games, especially arcade games that you can own in your hands. So many people that still think their copies of Concord are going to be worth a fortune. Maybe 20 years from now, but I don't know. I feel like they're going to be holding on to that for a while. Alright, let's do affiliate. Do I have a PC Engine? Yeah. I used to mainly collect PC Engine over TurboGrafx. Because the games were cheaper, and I didn't like how expensive TurboGrafx games were at the time. Alright. So this is between September 9th and September 15th. We'll see what everybody picked up with my affiliate link, which once again is located in the description of my YouTube videos and streams or in my Twitch about section. So we've got Hearts of Iron for the Mac. Let's see what kind of game this is. Old strategy game. Looks like that would put me to sleep in 2 seconds. But I hope you enjoy it. Definitely not my kind of game. Mario Galaxy 2 for $23. Yeah. Still way cheaper than spending $70 on Galaxy 1 and 2. It's just so crazy to me that if you want a physical copy of Mario Galaxy 2 on the Switch, you gotta spend $70. And most people that would buy something like that probably already have 3D All-Stars, so they technically already have Galaxy 1. Nintendo's out of their minds lately. Rayman 2 for the Game Boy Color Complete in Box. Oh yeah, I remember somebody asking about this. Asking if it was worth buying, so I guess they went for it. It's pretty rare to find this complete in box. This is the funny one because the box of this is literally the same as Rayman 1. They just swap the colors. Right, so like, look at this box, okay? You see it? Now watch this. Laziest box I've ever seen. Look at this. It's the same exact layout. They just added a 2 and changed the background from green to red. How lazy can you be? Team Rocket's Wobbuffet promo card. WWE Elite Collection WrestleMania Vegas. Hitman Heart. Let's check this out for the wrestling people. That was you, main kill. It's actually a pretty detailed figure. Yeah, I was gonna say this has to be a newer figure, 2025. You didn't get wrestling figures like that back in the day. Dodonpachi Resurrection for the Switch, 50 bucks. Mad Catz PS2 8 megabyte memory card, Magic Gate, so original OEM. $7, pretty good. You're usually looking at about $10 to $15 for a PS2 memory card, so pretty good. Nicorette, they're back. It's been a little bit since we've seen the Nicorette show up on here. I'm glad they're keeping up with it. Sony X-Brite LCD monitor screen. Let's see. That's a cute little monitor. I like it. Final Fantasy VII Remake for the PS4, $21.69. It's still pretty expensive when you think about it. Plus the shipping costs. 7 Remake actually maintaining good value all these years later on PS4. Considering all the other versions you can play now. The Huan Chuan Sword games are yours, Dan? Yeah, they were okay. I don't know about Mist Beyond Mountains. You'll have to let me know how that one is. 7 was pretty enjoyable. Oh, okay, so this is like a traditional RPG. Yeah, I wasn't aware of this one. Like sprite-based and everything. Interesting. Yeah, let me know how that is. Is that only on Switch for like a physical? Jak and Daxter collection for PS3 sealed, $36. Actually, not terrible. People are saying how those collections are getting harder and harder to get on PS3. More Nicorette and Batsugun Saturn Tribute Boosted Switch, brand new. Played Batsugun on the Saturn, but it's been so long, I honestly don't even remember what to think of the game. That's a good cover. Shoot 'em up fans eating good these days. Seems like there's always something new coming out. The PlayStation version of Eartheon just launched. like the digital version at least. Emation USB external floppy disk drive. And that is all that tracked for the week of the 9th to the 15th. Purchase of the week. I'm going to give it to Rayman 2, just because that is pretty hard to find complete in the box. You got the monitor too? Nice. Is that a monitor where you can literally just plug it in and like put in some component to play? It looks like a pretty good monitor. Alright. So, we're unboxing a package tonight. Because Figgies was kind enough to send me a new package. So let me grab that. Once again, thank you to Figgies for always hooking me up with some new stuff to show on stream, just to show you how they ship this to me. Your Figgies will not ship like this, to my knowledge. They ship it in a box, so it's a little nicer. But for my samples that they send me, it does ship to me this way. Now, I don't... Unfortunately, I did see the email, so I do know what ones are in here, but they're pretty exciting ones. So let me pull them out, and we'll figure out which ones are which here. I will open one on stream, and then the other ones, there's a specific set in here that I will be opening on YouTube instead. So let me see which one is in here. Okay, hold on. Let me hold on to that one. Hold on. Let me just see what one this is. Okay, yeah, that's one that I want to open on stream. Okay, that is for YouTube. Figgies, by the way, if you have not seen them, if you've frequented my eBay streams at this point, you've probably seen me explain them or seen me unbox them. But they're just a fun little sort of like magnetic PVC collectible figurine with metal plates that have collectible aspects to them, with like rare variant plates that you can randomly get when you order one. And they cover all kinds of video game and anime series and games for the figures that they release. They release new Figgies every week. Oh, that one is so cool. Okay, put that one to the side. I will show you all of them, but I just want to make sure there's two different series in here, so I want to separate them first. Okay. And they are kind enough to have an affiliate code with me. If you order from their website, 5% off, which stacks with all their other discounts. So you have to order at least $50 for my code to work. And I clarified, remember I mentioned like someone bought 3 and it still works. So if you are from another country and it converts like whatever you purchase into 50 USD, it will count. So, so if you're ordering international and they do ship worldwide, it will work with my code as long as it's converting to at least 50 USD. All right, so the ones that I will be opening on stream, I'm gonna pick one of these to open for you tonight, is from a new series. They released this one very recently. And I specifically requested this because I figured a lot of people would like this one, for them to send it over my way. So they released a Conker's Bad Fur Day Figgies line. So this is how it comes in the box. Mine has the artist proof sticker on there. And it's a little rubber PVC figure, and then there's a metal plate in the back, which I will show you. And these are $14.99. Very high quality, quite a heavy package because of the metal plate. And then the Conker Wave 1 line does have 3 figures right now. So here is Barry. Very, very rare to get Conker merchandise, by the way. Well, I specifically requested this. And then we've got Panther King. It really makes me want to play Conker's Bad Fur Day again, and I probably will. That one's big. That is a big figgy. Alright, so I'm going to open up the Conquer one, but before we do that, let me just show you what the other ones are. These are going to be opened on one of my YouTube channels. And it's actually going to be a dormant YouTube channel that I think we'll have a lot of fun seeing a new upload, because they sent me Wave 2 of the classic Sonic figgies. Look at the Supersonic one. That may actually be my new favorite figgy. The background plate is so cool. So I'm going to unbox the Sonic line on my Sonic Collectibles channel. Yes, that channel. The one from back in the day. I did upload a new video on there a year ago, which actually got quite a few views, which is so funny, like thousands of views. But I'm going to unbox these on my Sonic channel for old time's sake. I'm a huge fan. I love the Sonic figgies get me so excited because there's so many of them. They have the classic line and then they have the modern line. They've been kind enough to be hooking me up with the classic line. So you can see the first wave up here of the Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Metal Sonic that I always show you guys. This is the second wave, so the new characters. So we finally got Robotnik. Robotnik looks great. And then we've finally got classic Amy. She also looks really good. They did a really good job on the Sonic ones. Zoom that out a little bit. Looks like her background is from Sonic CD. The debut of Amy. And then we've got a new variant of Sonic with his finger up. So it's actually just a different pose of the one that you see back there. His background, of course, is Green Hill Zone. So they're like slightly textured matte kind of backgrounds, metal plates that the figure will magnetize to with sort of a drop shadow effect. So I'm actually gonna link you guys. Can I wait? I haven't like went to this channel in so long. Let me see if it even works. YouTube.com/@SonicCollectibles. Yep, that worked. So this is the channel I'm going to upload my unboxing of those on. Some of you may remember this channel. I think people will have a lot of fun seeing a new upload on here. So if you want to see the unboxing of that, subscribe to that Sonic channel because that's where I'm going to put it. Hit up that Sonic algorithm. But let's open up Conquer. So you guys can see what the plate looks like, or if you haven't seen a figgy unboxed before. Once again, thank you Figgies for sending these my way. Very helpful, showing you guys, in hand what these look like. It's one thing to just show you the website, but it's always nice to be able to actually unbox one for you. Trying to slice this carefully. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. That's the fox from Super Lucky Tail. Yeah, it actually does kind of look like him, doesn't it? So it slides out. Every figgy will come with the stand, as always, which is how my figgy's in the back there. It's standing up. Kind of weighted. And then you pop out this plastic piece here. And then it is a pretty stocky, like, high quality piece of PVC with like little ridges in the... So you can kind of see that. And then on the back, it'll have all figgies will have a QR code. You scan that and it like brings you to the app because you can register all your figgies in the app to keep track of your collection. And the number on the back there kind of denotes like what number it is within the Figgies line of products. Okay, so then once you get the Figgy out, every package will also come with a high quality metal plate. And then the way that this works, every Figgy, no matter what series, will have its own unique backgrounds. So for Conquer here, his background is different from all the other Conquer characters. His background is the cock plucker. And then on the back of that, if you prefer, you can just get the regular logo. So you can just slap them on whatever side you want. Or you don't even have to use the metal plate. And then you can use the stand. And then inside, now this is where figgies are fun for a lot of people, is inside this envelope, when you order it, randomly they will insert variants. Gold, silver, and bronze plates that are unique to that figgy. So if you get the gold Conquer one, it'll have like Conquer's picture on it and stuff. It'll look really unique, and they're only 1% chance of getting that. There's 1,000 of each figgy, and it'll be in this envelope if you get one. The sample does not have it, but inside here instead will be a code that you can scratch off and get like free points for their website to get like free figgies, free shipping, stuff like that, like loyalty points. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So like, I'll show you their website really quickly so you can see how this works for those that have not seen figgies yet. So I will, first let's add Conquer to the background. We'll put him front and center. I think Rio has to move aside. We'll move Rio aside over here. And then we'll put, perfect. All right, hold on. Oh, there's been some cool reveals on here. There's been some new teases on here for new ones. So this is where you would go. For my code to work, you would have to order 4. So like, for example, if you add 4 to the cart and you click on the cart, I don't know why sometimes when I click on that, it doesn't open. Oh, view cart. Yeah, so you see my code here, door, you get an extra 5% off, but you have to have $50 before shipping in your cart to get that. But they stack with other discounts, right? So like order $40, get 5% off. That is not my code. You have to put my code in here to get an extra 5%. And then the more you order, the deeper the discount, the more you save on shipping. And then you can see they show you a cool little rotating image here of the front and back. But yeah, just make sure you use my code so I get credit. There's no affiliate link, to be clear. This is important. You have to use my code. There's no link. So let's see. Here's the Conquer one. They got Metal Gear Solid Wave 3 already. The free run ones are still on here. They have like Wave 2 for that now. Shin Megami Tensei just came out not too long ago. Here's the modern and the classic Wave 1. Sonic. There's Freyrun. More Metal Gear Solid. Multiple different series for Castlevania. They have a Silent Hill 2 wave as well, which, you know, with October coming up, might be a good gift as well if you're in need of a gift for a Silent Hill fan. Suikoden Wave is about to come out in 3 days. This is a pretty momentous occasion because, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the US has ever received Suikoden merchandise. So this is kind of cool. This is pretty, that's pretty unique if you're a Suikoden fan. New Cowboy Bebop. New Banjo-Kazooie Wave 2 coming out in 10 days. Modern Sonic coming soon in a couple weeks. And then they revealed Wave 2 for Persona 5. And then here's some of the big ones. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this Silent Hill F? Like, what? I don't know, I just see this and it looks like the main character from Silent Hill F, and then this looks like one of the enemies. I could be wrong. I don't recognize these characters. And it kind of somewhat coincides with the release. I could be wrong, though. Some of you might recognize some of these. Here's a big one coming up here. This is another huge one. This is one of the ones that I was alluding to, like, when I kept telling you guys I've seen, like, what's coming. There's a series that prior to this has, like, almost no merchandise other than a statue that's very expensive. Now, it's only a silhouette, but some of you are really going to like this. Check this one out. Skies of Arcadia is getting figgies. This is Wave 1. Skies of Arcadia is getting some merch. So that's coming soon. 45 days it'll release. And then this one took me by surprise. I either forgot about this one, because I did kind of like get a glimpse into what's coming in the future when they first partnered with me. But I was really excited to see this. Golden Axe. Golden Axe is coming. So I'm super excited for that one. And that's it. So you can always check the site, kind of see like a glimpse of what's coming soon, what the new releases are, and my code is 20. It works all the time, so you just put it on every one of your orders, and you'll always get lifetime 5% off. So thank you to those of you that keep using it. Because of you guys that continue to use my code, I'm able to like stay partnered with them, you know. So thank you to those of you that keep using it. And they'll keep sending me samples to show you guys. Like I said, subscribe to my Sonic channel. I'm gonna unbox the other ones there. We can check out the plates and everything, see what the backgrounds are. And we'll open up more figgies as time goes on. I've still got a decent little stack here of some of the previous ones that they've sent me to open up. So thank you for your patience. And let me just put a link to the figgy site here for YouTube. Like I said, I'm always so grateful that they partnered with me, because I'm in the figgies, and there's nothing better than being, you know, affiliates with a company that you're actually into the product of. Okay, let's go back to eBay. Let's take a look at horror games. We did last week, but let's see if anything new popped up. Let me just catch up on chat here real quick. Hello, Nick. Thank you for popping in. Did you get any Shenmue figgies? Yes. Yeah, they sent me the line of Shenmue figgies. I usually display the Ryo one, just because I like his background. Let me show you real quick. But they have a line of Shenmue figgies. Then I can show you his background. So it's in front of the arcade. And if you kind of see as I tilt it in the light, it's textured matte, so it's actually... they're really good quality. And then on the back, if you prefer the back, this is the universal Shenmue back. But I like showing his on the front here. Hello, Xander. An Uzumaki game. Wonderswan. Look at that box. It's like a visual novel. Must look really cool on the Wonderswan screen. The spray work. D2. If you're not sure what you want to play this October, I'm like, at first, as soon as I clicked into the auction, this weird lyric started popping, and I had to make sure. Like, at first, I thought the listing had music. Yeah, I always recommend D2. One of the craziest survival horror games you can ever play. Can I link D2? Yep. D2 is definitely one of those games I can play through again at some point. Searching horror is a bit of a cheat code to find multiple copies of D, though. It's like cheating, pretty much. How long is the first Dying Light? What are we talking? 15, 20 hours? Let me see. Dying Light, how long to beat? 18 hours, wow. Well, it says main story 9 hours. Okay, so they're averaging 100%ing. Is it more like a 10-hour? Oh, that's for the DLC. Main story 18 hours. Average 20. See, that's why I never stream. Like, it's just so hard for me to... Because that's like a 4+ stream game for October. Unless I had a lot of people asking me to play Dying Light, I'm not sure if I ever would stream it. Not anytime soon. Did I see that Sting is doing a Broke collection? Oh, no, I didn't see that. In Japan only right now? Darn, that sucks. What is it? The Wii, like the PS2 version and the Saturn version? Did I play World of Horror? I did. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I did a few playthroughs of that. Not last October, but I think the October before, if I remember right. Might have been last year. I actually don't remember, but I enjoyed it. I didn't like... I played it for about 5 hours. Like, it was a good do a few playthroughs kind of game, but I wasn't dedicated enough to sit there and like get every ending. Saturn version plus Baroque Syndrome and Baroque Shooting Baroque become a meta being. Oh, okay, so it's not even the PS2 version. That's cool. Hopefully they port that here. I'm sure they might, right? Can I confirm at least one system? Yes, the PC. Sadly, as time goes on, it's just more and more likely that most of the games I stream for Horror Month will be on current gen platforms and PC, just because there's just so many more interesting horror games coming out on those consoles. Because I have played most of the noteworthy horror games on most retro consoles at this point for Horror Month. You know, there's still some left, but it's not as much as it used to be when the whole canvas had yet to be explored by me, you know? There's so many amazing, like, indie horror games these days that come out on PC and, like, PS5 and stuff. Most of the really crazy ones are indie PC games. Let's see what people are buying. Horror point clicks. I've done horror point clicks in the past. I mean, one of my favorite ones was Phantasmagoria. Great game. I did a couple of them last year. Some weird ones. Scratches, great game. Highly recommend Scratches if you like. Well, there's a horror point and click right there. Yeah, if you like point and click and you want to play a horror game, Scratches. Do not look up anything on the game. Well, you might actually have to look up some stuff because it's not available to buy on Steam or GOG, so it's kind of abandonware, so you would have to download it. Or you can contact a developer who apparently gives out copies of the game for free because it's not available. Yeah, if you go into Scratches completely blind, like not knowing what it is, you'll probably be on the edge of your seat. It's best not to know because the atmosphere in that game is just so crazy. Layers of Fear. Yeah, I still never did Layers of Fear because I keep hearing it's just one of those games that isn't the most exciting to watch somebody else play. Like, it's a lot of just like slow build, jump scare, and then like just like a couple jump scare kind of things, and that's about it. So, I don't know. I've always been hesitant to do Layers of Fear. There's World of Horror. I do recommend it. If you're into not just point and click, but also like old school dungeon crawler turn-based RPGs. Really unique combination of genres. Song of Horror I never played. Mostly because I heard that game is so brutal to stream because you hit a lot of dead ends where like you can't really continue. Because it's a sort of like permadeath system. Hell's Us, I was very conflicted on it. I still need to do one more stream of it to really know. It is extremely puzzle heavy, unfortunately. Like, way too many puzzles. It's just one of those games where every door you find is locked with some kind of like cryptic key or multiple keys or a padlock with symbols that you gotta find the answer to open. Like, it's like playing Myst as an action game. It was just so heavy-handed with that stuff. Cool graphics. Atmosphere is good. I like the music. Combat is more Souls-like than I was hoping. With a stamina bar. The health system, like your stamina bar is tied to where your health is. So if you take a lot of damage, you pretty much can't do anything because your stamina is low. And then you have to do like a perfect timing thing to get your health back in combat. It's conflicting. Hello, Pokezion. Well, calling is going up in price. That one was pretty cheap for a while. But as being one of the few, yeah, there's some exclusive horror games on Wii. That one is still 100% exclusive to my knowledge. It's going to raise the price in time, even if the game is terrible. Nintendo has a great opportunity to capitalize on the point-and-click genre. Come on, Nintendo, let's port a whole bunch of point-and-click games to the Switch 2 with the mouse. Let's do it. Come on. Snagged Enemy Zero, complete box on Saturn today. It's a great game. Very unique horror experience. I think you're in for a treat. Definitely not a horror game for everybody, but it's a pretty effective game. Yeah, so that guy is pretty much in control of the market for calling then if he has sealed copies for $80 each. He's dictating what it's worth at this point. StarCraft and World of Warcraft on there, yeah. No, they could probably put Warcraft on there at this point. World of Warcraft. I remember for the longest time people thought there would be like an Xbox port of World of Warcraft. That probably would have got me to play it, but never happened. If 14 can do it, World of Warcraft can do it. They just don't want to be bothered. They can reinvent the UI and make it work. Did I ever play EverQuest? I did not play EverQuest back in the day. But I started playing EverQuest here and there. For the first time, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, I played on a private server. Well, I did EverQuest Online Adventures on the PS2. But like in terms of actual EverQuest, I didn't start until they started doing the private servers, like time lock progression servers. Every once in a while, I randomly just like do one of those for a month or so. It's just really fun to start on a new server. The problem with those servers, though, they progress way too fast for me. You know, I'm too casual with EverQuest to ever be able to keep up on one of those servers. But I still have fun with them. At this point, my new EverQuest will become Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories, when that comes out next year, in January, will be the replacement for EverQuest. This is the Avatar game I was mentioning earlier. Someone asked about. This is probably the most uncommon Avatar, The Last Airbender game out there. Into the Inferno on PS2. That game alone used to be like almost $40, so it appears the price has probably come down a little bit on it. Yeah, I've never watched it either. Never watched it. Look at that manual. I don't think the US manual was like that. Blood Omen 2. It's one of those discs. Remember everybody, like, the discs where the center of the disc kind of like interacts with the artwork? This one you can stick your finger in his mouth or make it like it's tongue coming out. That's a fun disc. That was One Chambara on the PS4. Still probably the craziest disc to ever be pressed. Or the whatchamacallit? Bard's Tale. Where it says flip this over to see something really ugly, and it's just a reflection. Those are probably the two best ones. What was on this collector's edition? 2 exclusive classic mode levels, 2 exclusive secret characters, a documentary, and a concept art. That's a pretty solid collector's edition. I wonder what the levels were. I wonder if they were actually exclusive to the PS2 version. Probably not. Have a good night, Fashion. Thank you for the resub on the way out. You have a good night. I gotta say, this seller is starting to grow on me. Where they use AI images to like theme the background of every single game they play. I respect it. It's pretty funny. Every single listing. It certainly grabs my attention. What the hell? What is this? Wait, what? What? So their listing for TMNT is a random picture of like someone that appears to be like that's still AI generated, right? A TMNT costume guy kind of like getting up behind this woman. Like, what? What? It's so weird. Here's AI's interpretation of Final Fantasy XII. Bioshock 2 is just like a pizza pie that looks like a Bioshock symbol. You can tell some of them they like actually take real photo, like legit photos, maybe? But a lot of them are AI stuff. Nah, actually, you know what? All of them have to be AI. I think they take the time to find real photos. What do they do? They must put a prompt in, like, they must show AI the photo and say, generate me a background based on this photo. They have to. Like, they gotta do something like that. Alpha and Omega. With the wolf howling. And it's got wolves howling in the background. That's a lot of very unnecessary time to put into an eBay listing for, like, games that are a few bucks. But hey, it works, because every time I scroll by one of their listings, it catches my eye. Yeah, what if the seller is AI? Everything is just hand... It'll probably come down to that in the future, where you literally just, like... You just take all your games, you put them on a table, you set up a camera above the table, and then the AI will take each individual game, like cut out everything around it, just take the photo of the cover. If you may not even need the photos, right? Like, it's just a cover image, and the AI just handles all of the listing for you. You don't do anything. Prints the label for you. As soon as something sells, it prints the label. And then you just wake up every day, see the labels that you gotta, like, slap on a box and send them out. How will AI show the disc? Well, people don't show the disc now. So, they'll be fine. They'll just do a stock listing. Just use a stock photo. Like a lot of people do. A lot of the big stores. Let's take a look at auctions. There should be some new ones ending. I don't know if any of you remember when eBay first started becoming really popular. There used to be stores, like physical stores, that were eBay stores, like brick and mortar store, where you would bring your stuff in to have somebody else list and sell your eBay stuff for you. You guys remember those? I never went into one, but they were a thing. Drop your stuff off and they sell it for you, and then they give you like a cut of the money. I mean, people still kind of do that today with trading cards. To a lesser extent, like online on eBay, that's a big thing with trading cards, where you send your cards to a really big store, and then they sell it for you and then take a cut, typically between 10 and 20%. Because the big stores will always bring in more money than a small seller would. More exposure. Come on, I don't want to see sellers from Australia. I mean, I'm okay with seeing them, but not clogging all of my listings here. Their shipping is just way too high. They can't help it. Shipping's always been crazy to and from Australia. Okay, do I have a filter on or something here? I guess this seller is just, they listed a ton of things ending at the same time. All ending at the same exact time. That is terrible idea, by the way. You should never do that. Never list auctions that all end on the same minute. Because if somebody wants to bid on multiple of your things, they're not going to be able to do it. You should always stagger them, at least by a minute. Oh my god, this seller's taking all the listing space. Still them. Still them. Hello? Like, I'm gonna go a few pages deep. Okay, there we go. But now it's too deep. Come on. Okay, I think he's finally done. Evil Nun, the Broken Mask. Oh, I was gonna say, why does this look like some kind of new slop horror game? It looked like an old PC box to me, but it was a slipcover, that's why. Retail copy of Sonic. No manual. Retail cart, though. It's reasonable if you just needed the box in the cart, though. We saw one go for 50, was it? Or 40, 30 last week? I don't remember. That was another good price. I'm going to link this, though, because if you just need the box and the cart, and you want to like get the manual separate, it's a good price. Once again, if there's something that you're wanting on the YouTube side, you gotta let me know, because I gotta make you a different link. My links are too long for YouTube. Did I see Spirits Within when it first came out in theaters? I did, but man, I barely remember it. That movie was just weird. What a disappointment. Calling it Final Fantasy was just so strange. Beat Soul's song? No. I'm not sure if I will be. I don't know if I got a spare 40 hours left to beat it. Did they put Spirits Within on 4K? Man, that's crazy. It was an impressive looking movie. It just wasn't fun to watch. That's it for auctions. Most of the good stuff was earlier in the stream. Imagine how much money they would have made back then, though, had they released a real Final Fantasy movie in theaters. Something a little more, you know, fitting for the series. During peak Squaresoft time. Maybe it wouldn't have brought in that much money, but it still would have been so crazy, so epic. Imagine if they did something like Dissidia-wise, like just take all the Final Fantasies they've made up to that point and just have like some kind of crazy fan, like movie just made for the fans. I can't even remember the story of Spirits Within at this point. So that movie is definitely a huge blur to me now. Yeah, the little Christmas trees from GameStop, I've seen those. They're pretty cool. Something more like Final Fantasy IX as a setting? Yeah, absolutely. I think people would have been a little more forgiving had they chosen something a bit more fantasy-like. Did they release Advent Children in theaters? Maybe a limited release or something? Or is that straight to DVD? Limited release. Yeah, because I have a vague memory of seeing that in the theaters. I honestly don't remember. And how many lots of these Pokemon games? This is all the same seller, by the way. 3 listings of Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. All different prices. Same seller. Well, playing the Pixel Remaster Collection in 7 and 9 is certainly a good way to start the series. If you've never played them before, I would definitely encourage playing 7 or 9 as your first one to see what you think. Or 10. 7, 9, and 10 seem like the safest ways to start that. Start with 16. That way you can see where the worst of the worst in the series is. And I say that in a way like, if you start with 16, maybe the older entries will blow you away. 16 just... It feels like it should have been a spin-off, personally. Should have been called something else. Whatever. Maybe one day I'll come around to 16. Shoutouts to Expedition for hopefully opening Square Enix's eyes to what people actually want, potentially for 17. I think 16 would be a really like well-regarded game if it just wasn't called Final Fantasy. I think if they called that Lost Soul Aside, people would have been like, "This is awesome, love it, great action game, great story, great graphics." But because it's called Final Fantasy 16, people like me have an animosity towards it because we know what we could have had in place of that in the mainline Final Fantasy series. And it just makes it sting a little bit more because of how long games take to develop now. We now know how long we have to wait until 17, and it just kind of hurts that we keep getting things that we don't really want from the mainline Final Fantasy series. I think that's what makes it worse. It's not like the old days where we just gotta wait 3 or 4 years to get the next one. It's like 7, 8 years now. It's crazy. So American Wasteland is in this lot. That game these days is like $60. Unfortunately, everything else in here is not really worth too much. Free shipping though. They have make an offer. I'm gonna link it because I have make an offer. If you want American Wasteland, this could be a potential good pickup if you want a bunch of other crap you don't need. $3.3 million copies after 33 days. That's so crazy. What a coincidence. I think Claire Obscura push Square to make something similar. I think just with like Japanese culture, I feel like it'll be too obvious if they make Final Fantasy 17 just like Claire Obscure. They don't want to be viewed as though they're copying, right? So I think they will definitely have Expedition 33 on the back of their minds, but I don't think 17 will be anything like it, unfortunately. But I do think they will be a little bit more aware of the value of still having a bit more of a traditional RPG going forward for the mainline series. I actually don't want 17 to be like Expedition 33. I wouldn't want it to be a carbon copy. But I would just love to get that sense of old school RPG progression back into the mainline Final Fantasy games, where it's not just like being railroaded from point A to point B. Actually bringing back finding gear that feels like an upgrade. The weapon system and the armor system in 16 was an embarrassment. The shops and stuff, they may as well not even have them. So, they don't need to go complete 180 and go back to making strict turn-based RPGs for 17, but bringing in some of the elements that made Final Fantasy games feel like an RPG would be nice, and not just a straight-up action game. Right? So take like what they're doing with 7 Remake, Rebirth, stuff like that, and just kind of like just make a new game. Something like that. Something a little bit classical in style. Lost Odyssey. I would not be disappointed if 17 was something like Lost Odyssey, just more refined. Just Lost Odyssey with a AAA budget. Because even though Lost Odyssey has like a timing system kind of thing, and like similar camera and everything to Expedition, I think they can take that formula and refine it. But I don't think we're really ever going to see a mainline Final Fantasy game ever go back to true turn-based. I think Square Enix is just a little too... I think they want to keep that with the indie side of things. Not indie, but like AA budget kind of games. I think they're a little too hesitant to take a AAA budget and put it into turn-based for Final Fantasy. It's almost like them admitting that they've been wrong and they have to revert back to the past. They're not going to do that. They're going to keep kind of pushing down this action path because that's what they think is best. What made the armor and weapon shit in 16? When I was playing it, when I first found the shop, it just felt so unnecessary because like it's kind of like a blur in my memory because I haven't played it since it came out, but I just remember finding upgrades in that game just felt so hollow. It just felt like the shop system and the weapons and the armor just felt so unnecessary. I just remember that being one of my major complaints in that game was shops felt useless to me. There was no sense of that feeling of finding something new and getting a big upgrade because everything just felt the same. Chrono Link. 5 sub-gifts going out, hooking everybody up with their horror emotes for October. And those sub-gifts will pretty much last for most of October, so it's very generous of you. Thank you, Chrono. Hooking up some long-timers there with those as well, it looks like. I will definitely revisit 16 one day. And I'll probably like it way more than when I first played it. Because I was just so disappointed. It wasn't what I wanted it to be. But now that I know what it is, I'm sure the next time I go back to it, now that my expectations are in check, I'm pretty sure I'll like 16 way more on a second revisit. Especially now that I know most of the side quests are just pointless and to ignore most of them. Just beeline through the main story. Did I like 15? I had a similar experience with 15. I couldn't even finish that game. It was alright. It's just not what I wanted out of a mainline Final Fantasy game. At all. I could never decide if I liked or hated the combat in that game, and that's ultimately what made me stop playing it. I was like so conflicted. I'm like, do I like this or do I hate this? I could just never tell. It was just so weird. Yeah, where I originally stopped playing 15, I was told was pretty close to the end of the game too. I reached like a point of no return, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm done. I put it down and never went back. Like, I didn't know in that moment I would never go back to it, but like I put it down and got distracted by other things and never went back to it. I guess I just didn't care enough about the story and characters, because you gotta remember when 15 first launched, it didn't have all the stuff that we have now to like give backstory to the game and the characters. It kind of launched with that empty shell of an unfinished game where we really didn't know much about any of the companions that you had with you, with all the DLC and stuff, so I didn't care about any of the freaking characters at all in that game. Even Noctis, I was just like, who cares? That's just the weirdest thing Square Enix has ever done, where they release a game, and they're like, alright, you gotta watch this movie before you play the game. And oh yeah, you gotta play all these DLCs that are coming in the future to really understand the characters that are with you. It's just such an odd choice. Oh, and read some of the books or the novels, or play this shitty little PSN game that we released that's like a spin-off or something. Like, it's just one of the weirdest marketing campaigns ever. I tried Stranger Paradise. Yeah, I was enjoying what I played with that. It just came out at a wrong time for me. Like, I was just really not looking to get into a Dark Souls style game at that time. I kind of regret it now, though, not playing it when it first released. Because I think I would have really enjoyed playing that game online. So by the time I played it, like, the online was dead. And I played with someone that was like practically carrying me through the game, so it was a bit of a different experience. Great music in that game though, and I like the job system. Yeah, I played and beat the Crisis Core Remaster. I enjoyed that. However, I was enjoying it a lot up until I realized how busted one of the spells was in that game. I don't remember specifically what it was. Maybe you guys recall. But once I found out, I'm like, oh my god, this is so busted. I went through the whole game just spamming it, and it made the game way too easy. It was one of the lightning spells. So I forget exactly what it was. I think it was a lightning spell. But it trivializes the game. It became too easy at that point. And it was too good not to use it. But it was a good game, I enjoyed it. Crisis Core is very, it's a very different action RPG. The slot system is just so unique in that. Great music too. It was just fun to play that before Rebirth. Another game I gotta try and go back to. I don't know what I'm waiting for with that one though. I feel like I'm waiting for some kind of specific version. Maybe if it runs alright on the Switch 2 or something, play it in handheld. I'll probably force myself to go through it when Part 3 comes out. That'll probably be the thing that drives me to finally get through it. Yeah, I'll start it like a month before it comes out or something. Because I'm sure the hype will be immense for the third game. I won't be able to resist going through. Probably Remake and Rebirth. Did I play Paper Mario and the Origami King? No. No, I didn't play it because of the combat system. Did not look like something I'd enjoy. Whatever happened to these kind of Nintendo ads? You don't see the Wii era ads anymore. What a time. Paid off for him though. That family style marketing hit big for the Wii. Wizardry stickers. Wow, that's different. It's cool. Not $120 cool, but I like it. America's Funniest Home Videos. Is this a game? 10 free hours on CompuServe. But are you just watching the videos, I guess? Doesn't say. Man, America's Funniest Home Videos was so ahead of its time. Little did we know we were literally watching the future with this show. This was YouTube before YouTube. For those of you that are too young to know what this was a show where you used to mail in VHS tapes of something funny to this show, and then if they deemed your video funny enough, they'd put it on the show and also invite you down to the studio. And then, like, at the end, they would do, like, a ranking thing of the funniest videos, and then, like, there'd be a winner, and I think they won, like, what? $1,000, $5,000, something like that. Nothing crazy. Yep, super ahead of its time. $10,000. Yep, Bob Saget hosted. Yep. Yeah, it was pretty much everybody watched that show. Well, they already tried. They brought Valkyrie Elysium out, and I think that game was a huge flop. But Elysium is so much different than, like, the old Profile games. So I think they're kind of done with Valkyrie Profile. Their new business statement was something along the lines of, we're kind of done experimenting, and we're just gonna stick to, like, more. I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially they're just gonna stick to the stuff they know will be popular and sell a lot, and they're kind of done with the experimental games. So I would not count on something like another Valkyrie Profile anytime soon. But around the time they made that statement was when, you guys remember, it was a couple years ago when they released like a bunch of games all within the same time frame. They released that strategy game. What was the freaking name of it? You know what I'm talking about. It's on the tip of my tongue. I streamed it. Yeah, Diofield Chronicles. They released Diofield, they released Valkyrie Elysium, they released some other game. They released like 3 or 4 games in the same month. Yeah, yeah, thank you, Video Gamer. Valkyrie Elysium, Diofield Chronicle, Star Ocean Divine Force, Harvestella, and probably something else. And that was all within the span of like 1 or 2 months, I believe. So of course, because a lot of those games target the same audience. So of course they had poor sales. They didn't space them out enough. And it's a shame because a lot of those games are actually pretty good. I loved Harvestella. That was a great game. Divine Force didn't seem that bad. It just wasn't like really 100% for me, but it was really not a bad game. Diofield was alright. Probably would have had a bit more of an impact if it released not alongside the other games. I liked Elysium. I was a big fan of Elysium. I'll replay that game too. The only thing I didn't like about it was a little too long towards the end, but otherwise I really liked it. They were releasing 3 games per month on average, 34 games for the calendar year. That's way too much. Yeah, and then shortly after that, they're like, yeah, we're done releasing like AA style games essentially. That's unfortunate. Crisis Core was also in that batch. Crazy. Yeah, they went hard. They went super hard. That was what, 2023? 2022? '22 into 23. I can't believe it's been that long already. We got any LA Noire mega fans here? I hate to tell this seller, but I'm not sure someone's gonna pay $400 for this beat up store display. I don't know. The standee I can see, but not that. Quality over quantity. Which I don't disagree with a statement like that, but it does make me sad that we're not really going to see more games that are in like the AA kind of space with a 3D engine, probably. Because I really, like, I was a pretty big fan of some of those efforts by them. I've never played LA Noire. I remember the facial recognition being like crazy good looking and still looks really good. But I just never really... I'm not a big fan of that kind of setting in a game, like that noir-esque old-timey look. You know, I'm just not really into that kind of stuff. Yujihori confirmed Dragon Quest 4, 5, and 6 remakes happening. I don't doubt it. Yeah, they've been going crazy with the Dragon Quest stuff. I just want to know where Dragon Quest 12 is. Chrono's right. Dragon Tactics Ogre Reborn was also in that list. Crazy. In my opinion, 2022 is the best year that Square Enix had since like the Squaresoft days. That year should go down in history for them. Like the amount of insane games they released. Not all of them were like 10 out of 10 games. A lot of them were 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 games. But man, what a year for Square Enix 2022 was. Yeah, I don't know why they're so hesitant about remaking or re-releasing Dragon Quest 8 on modern consoles. If they can do it for 7, they already did the 3DS remake for 7. Maybe the next step is 8. Come on, please. 8 needs it so bad. Oh, you know they'll mess with the cell shading. They'll certainly change something. But I'll take it. I'll take anything. So I guess because this is coming with the soundtrack, they want $2,000. And I guess some other promo stuff. It's a nice card. Final Fantasy TCG. Still like their foil effect more than Magic's for Final Fantasy cards. I've played Xenosaga 1 a couple times and have yet to be able to finish it, but I really want to get to 3. I was actually making good progress on my last attempt at playing Xenosaga, but the problem was I was doing a speedrun attempt without following the speedrun notes really for it entirely, so I kind of messed up my playthrough because I got soft locked. I was under leveled and I couldn't beat a boss, and I would have had to like go really far back and grind or something weird. So I just threw in the towel. When I say speedrun attempt, I was watching all the cutscenes and everything, but I was trying to skip as much combat as I could. So I was only doing necessary battles, boss battles and stuff. And I made it pretty far. But then I got stuck. I hit like a power check boss kind of thing. Yeah, that stream I was running a timer that counted how many hours of cutscenes we had watched. I think by the time I was done where I got stuck, I was up to like 8 hours at least. Xenosaga is just so funny with the cutscenes. Is this the one that I have? I believe it is. Yeah, this is an actual promo poster. It's not like a fold-up one that came in a magazine or game or something. It's a nice one for Star Fox. Fortunately, though, it's the Star Wing version. Just think, Nintendo took this from us. Stop-motion animation Star Fox series. Would have been so good. All because somebody leaked it ahead of time. They canceled the entire show. Like, what? They didn't even, they just said Nintendo's gonna do a Star Fox stop motion animation show for, I think, Netflix, right? Nintendo was like, nope, pull the plug. Done. So crazy to me. They were more concerned, they were less concerned about the Nintendo fans and the Star Fox fans getting an awesome show than getting revenge on the person that leaked it. Like, just crazy to me. They're so evil sometimes. Yeah, their idea of what Pokemon Concierge became was probably what Star Fox was going to be. So they would recycle the idea eventually, but they canned the Star Fox idea because of the leak. And they've barely done anything with Star Fox since. So weird. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a huge breach, but why cancel the whole show? Just fire the person, get rid of him, and then just still make the show. It's crazy to me. If anything, it was cool marketing for them. It's like, oh, wow. Did you guys hear about the Star Fox show? And then they revealed the trailer. Like, I think it still would have had a big effect. We didn't know what it looked like yet. Maybe they were looking for a way out. Actually, you may not be wrong. Because we really haven't seen anything Star Fox since, to my knowledge. I don't remember like what the timeline of that was. Where's Dan? Dan, here's a $170 poster for your Juan Schwan. I think that's actually how you pronounce it, by the way. Juan Schwan Juan. I know the pronunciation is not what you think it is. 7. There you go. Hang it up. Wow, there was actually a poster for this game at GameStop? Interesting. I didn't know that GameStop advertised this game like that. Maybe they weren't confident in it, yeah. Maybe the timing was just weird with the leak. It's possible. The optics of it, though, didn't look good. The timing. It just sucks that we were made aware of it. I think it was better that we just had no idea that it was potentially going to be a thing. I wonder if this is a press media kit for No Man's Sky, like 1.0 version. Or should we say 0.5 version, what that game actually was on launch. God, this had to be the biggest disappointment for me in all of gaming. I don't think I've ever played a game that was more disappointing than No Man's Sky. Because my expectations... I actually think No Man's Sky is the game that killed my enthusiasm to get too hyped up and involved in games before they launch. I mean, this was a traumatic release. I was beyond excited for this game and all the promises they made. And I couldn't have been more disappointed. Now, apparently, the game's amazing. But I don't know if I'd ever go back to it. I just remember being so disappointed as I'm playing it. I'm like, wait a minute, where's the online multiplayer where you can run into random people? Where's this? Where's that? It's a big learning curve now. I would imagine. But the game is apparently really good now. A Mario tennis ball. It is genius marketing. It was canceled before Stranger Things skyrocketed Netflix's original programming push. So I bet you Nintendo has a little bit of regrets after the success of what Stranger Things brought to Netflix. Okay, am I the only one here? Who no longer cares about Stranger Things at this point? Like, I have zero interest in whatever that new season is. It's been too long. I used to be really into it. You know, watching every time the new seasons came out. That was their day one binge watching. I'm at the point I'm not even going to watch it. Not even going to watch it. It's lost all my interest. It's not even a new season. It's only half. It takes too long. That's just way too long of a wait. My problem with TV shows, when I gotta wait that long between a season, I just lose interest so fast. Same thing happened to me with Lost. When I got into Lost originally, there were already a few seasons for me to binge watch. And I really enjoyed it. But then once I caught up with like the show and I had to wait a year or two or however long it was between the seasons, it just like, I have a hard time waiting that long between seasons of shows. I'd much rather wait for it to be done and then just watch the whole thing. Parts 2 and 3 on Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, I've just kind of lost interest in it. Plus, at this point, the kids, like, it just feels weird watching that show. The kids have grown up so much. That show is just so much more innocent and fun when it was, like, actual kids in that situation. But now that they're, like, adults, it's just not the same for me. It's a nice Kirby poster. Is this a box? Display box? Or half of a standee? What is this? Oh yeah, it's a part of a standee. A little pricey for that. It always feels weird buying like a piece of something bigger for that much. Stranger Paradise looks like it's from the same display piece. So they probably all connected into something bigger. New Fallout season later this year. I'll probably watch that. Because at least with that, I kind of remember where, you know, I remember where they left off. It's easy to recall, like, where they're heading. First season was fun. Galarian's promo. Oh, the art of Galarian's. Huh. That's gotta be pretty rare. I've been watching Alien Earth. I have not. I'm actually not familiar with that. What is that on? What is it about? It's very rare for me to watch TV show kind of things these days. Normally if I sit down with a streaming service, I'm going to watch a movie just because I enjoy a more shorter, contained hour-and-a-half, 2-hour movie than like some kind of huge commitment. Because I really don't like watching shows or movies during the daytime. That's usually something I do at night, and I'm usually always streaming at night. So it's just a lot easier for me to, like, on a night where I'm not streaming, just to watch a movie rather than get all committed to watching a long show. Oh, is that a spin-off of the Aliens franchise? Is that what that is? Yeah, I'm not even aware of that. Yeah, no, I haven't been watching that. What service is that on? I played Vanquish when it came out. Yeah, definitely a game that I need to replay at some point. I enjoyed it. Vanquish was a good game. Very much ahead of its time for animation in an action game like that. Like how acrobatic it was. Though the controls were a little rough, I remember that. Yeah, I still need to watch Season 2 of Andor. It's like the only thing of Star Wars right now that I'm interested in. I remember watching Andor every episode, and then I never finished the final episode of the first season. So I'm kind of in like a weird place with it. I'd have to like watch from episode 1 again to get to the finale, just so that I can catch myself up on that again. It's a cool poster. That's pretty rare. Wow, Shadows of the Empire and 007. That's a cool poster. $1,500 though. Practically one of a kind at this point, almost, I'd say. Right, there can't be more than a handful of these left. Yeah, I want to watch Andor Season 2 because even the people that despise Disney Star Wars said that Andor Season 2 is like actually pretty good, so caught my attention. Is this a Funkoland VHS? Like exclusive to Funkoland? They have it in the title. Oh wow. This is pretty rare. Yeah, there was a Genesis game called Airbuster where you had to do a mail away, like fill out one of those mail away things to have them send you a glove. And I think they advertised this on either the front of the box with a sticker or on the back or somewhere. I forget where they put it. So someone here is trying to get $330 for it. That's pretty crazy. But when you think about it, how many people really did that, right? Probably very few. Wait, did they actually release a official Blu-ray of Andor? Or is it like a bootleg? I thought that was a Disney Plus exclusive. FX, Hulu, and Disney Plus. Oh, okay. Wow, they actually released it on Blu-ray in 4K, huh? Well, that's good. Good on them for preservation's sake. Shame it's expensive though. That's the scary thing with all these streaming services. If they ever cease to exist, there's not going to be like physical media for these things. You're just going to have to download everything. Wait until the movie industry catches wind of what Nintendo does with game key cards. Could you imagine instead of buying a 4K disc, instead you'll buy like an access key that allows you to download it instead? Or stream it from the cloud? So instead of having to have the streaming service, as long as you have that key card, you're able to watch it, even if your service expires. I don't think they'd be that dumb. I think they see the backlash. So I wouldn't be too worried. Code in the box. I mean, yeah, they kind of already do it, right? With the code in the box for some things. But what if they went with the Nintendo route where you can like still kind of trade it and sell it with a physical ownership key or something? I don't know. What do you guys think this is rated? I can't quite tell. I'm really not sure. Do you think little kids are fine to play it? Might as well just slap the whole box for them. Is. This one is obnoxious. I think that's what, Australia? Theirs is so big, it's crazy. It's a cheap little promo display hanger. It is it's very small, but if you happen to be a fan of Luigi's Mansion 2, it's a fun little promo thing. These would stick on a shelf and kind of like hang down. I'll link this. Reasonably priced. Anyone else not have to get the notification? A Twitch notification? So if it's a Twitch notification that you didn't get, there are settings in Twitch that you may have enabled or disabled that you may not realize. They have something called like smart notifications. You want to make sure you have that off. Essentially that plays around with Twitch, the way Twitch sends notifications. So like if they detect that you're on your PC, they won't send you a push notification on your phone or your iPad or whatever, your tablet. It's just a weird setting that you should probably turn off. I don't remember where that's specifically buried in the settings, but that might help. No, it's not so much that I'll go through my game room and dust the whole thing. It's more so like individual things. But the thing with my collection is a lot of my shelves are sized very specifically for a certain height. So most of my games don't really get dust on the top of them, because it's just so close to the top shelf. But I'd say the most pain in the ass are my Genesis games. Those do need to be dusted more than anything else. Yeah, those ones are a little bit of a pain. Because the hang tabs create a big gap between the top shelf. No, the shelves are just, you know, I was just very precise with getting shelves that are specifically, like my DS games, I have them in a shelf that's meant to hold CDs, but it's got like a 1/4 of an inch of space on top, just enough to slip your finger in there, but not really enough for dust to really cause a mess. Yeah, you might have smart notifications turned on in your Twitch settings. That can play with notifications going through. I don't know where that setting is, though. I don't know where that's buried. Honestly, the best thing to do if you don't want to miss notifications, even if you don't use Discord, downloading it just to join my server so you can receive a push notification, because I will ping you in there when I go live. Sometimes I forget here or there, but usually someone reminds me. That's probably the best way to make sure you don't miss a notification. Twitch is very finicky. Would I suggest playing the original Shadow of the Colossus for a first-time playthrough? You can do it. I mean, it's fine. The benefit of playing the PS2 version is you're able to see how cutting edge that game was at the time on PS2. However, the remake is fantastic. The remake is also an excellent way to play it for the first time. There's a lot of quality of life changes in the remake with the controls as well that just make it feel smoother to play. This is the game that you signed up for the glove. Here it is, look. Prominently featured on the back, look at that. Inside this package is an offer for a free Kaneko video glove. Great protection when you take the controls of your Airbuster warship, because the action is fast and furious and the game is hot. Welcome aboard. It's super unnecessary. It's probably why no one signed up for it or bought the game to begin with. Can a game be your favorite if it was too difficult to beat? Yeah, I mean, I can see someone's favorite game being their favorite even if you can't beat it, as long as you really enjoyed the experience, and one way or another, even if you weren't able to overcome it, I could still see it being your favorite game. Especially if it's something that doesn't have like a definitive story-based focus with a credit ending. But even if it did, let's just say, for example, that you played Final Fantasy VII as a kid, and you got to Sephiroth, but you could just never beat him. You didn't plan accordingly. You didn't level up enough. Maybe you put that like manual save point that they let you put down at the end of the game in a terrible spot, and you know, you're never able to finish the game because you're just too tough to beat. But everything else leading up to Sephiroth was just like an amazing experience. Yeah, I could see that still being someone's favorite game of all time. That actually happened to me. My first playthrough of Final Fantasy VII, I was playing it at my grandparents' house. I remember I was playing it in the room where they kept the games, and I was at the end of the game. And you know how they give you that manual save point towards the end, where you can kind of like once, you can only do it once, you can lay down the save point anywhere you want and save the game. Well, they were like, all right, time to eat dinner. So what did I do? I put the freaking save point down in like the worst possible spot. So anytime I wanted to try and fight Sephiroth, I had to play the game for like, who knows how long, an hour? You know how long those encounters were towards the end of the game, trying to get back there. And I was under leveled to begin with, so like I was never able to beat it as a kid. I had to go back years later to do it again. Start a whole new playthrough. Never forgot that save point. Cruelest save point ever. Hello, Geometry Wars. Yeah, I probably laid it down right at the start. Very early, because all I remember is anytime I wanted to attempt fighting Sephiroth again, it took me forever to get back there. It was not fun. And I wasn't really leveled high enough to beat him anyway. So yeah, it sucked. I guess I got there a little too soon. I just wanted to try Lost Dimension. I hear mixed things on it. But it feels like a strategy RPG I might actually like today. Oh yeah, that was the unique mechanic about this game that people told me about. And I'm like, wow, that sounds so cool. Traitors are randomly determined and no two playthroughs will be the same. So you get like party members that are traitors and you have no idea who they are. That's such... In a turn-based RPG, I love that. That just sounds so different. What a cool idea. It's like Among Us with a turn-based RPG. Unfortunately, though, I hear the game is kind of like very 6 out of 10, but that doesn't scare me away. Nice. Sounds like a good convention. Which one was it that you went to? Cleveland? Nice. Did you have them sign anything? No new crazy promos though. A couple cool things in here, but nothing too standoutish. All 3 on Donkey Kong 64 cart. That's cool. 3 signatures on 1 cart, huh? Did you have them sign it on both sides? A little word up. I haven't watched that or read it. Don't wake. Man, they didn't peacock effect it. They should have had that peacock photo as the first one. They don't even do the peacock effect here. Keep it all bundled up. It's a pretty crushed up box. I'm okay with that amount of crushing as long as the price on it is, you know, is right. If you save a ton of money, I'm fine with it. See, now there's the peacock effect. This is what the other seller needed to do. Spread it out. Good box. Good condition. They'll sell this copy for sure. Anybody else surprised how cheap Mario RPG is compared to like other complete in box Super Nintendo RPGs or just like Super Nintendo games in general? Comparatively, it just seems like such a steal for $200. It just kind of feels like the kind of thing that would be way more money, you know? Given what it is. No, it's always been a pretty cheap game. Even before the remake. Well, Chrono Trigger is a common game, and that's still super expensive. Most of the RPGs on Super Nintendo aren't that rare. And they're pricey. Like Mystic Quest, very, very common. It's practically the same price. Mystic Quest used to be very cheap though. Complete in box copies, $30, no problem. Couldn't even get rid of them. Little Blake, it's going alright. Trying to stay more active, you know, stay on top of things. Thank you for asking. Speed World. Is this using a F-Zero type system here? Not really. I don't think I've ever seen this one. It's gotta be pretty uncommon. Or maybe I've just never cared to pay attention. Chrono Trigger for $6.50, almost complete in bucks. What's missing? Seems too good to be true. Oh, that box. Ooh, man, I knew that was too cheap. May as well not even have it. Now that's crossing the line a little too much. When it looks like your box has been attacked by a colony of rats, I think it's time to just be like, you know what? This copy doesn't have a box. I like how they preserved the flap though. It's like you know how in movies when sometimes a character's like finger or hand or something will get chopped off and they'll kind of like hold on to it. That's kind of like what this is. It's like the appendage gets chopped off, but they still held on to it. Is that missing pieces in the middle? Oh man, it is. I think it actually was chewed on by rats. Like, no joke. Oh man. Perfect music for browsing this, by the way. It just so happens to be Chrono Trigger music. Wait, the manual is a reproduction but looks real? Maps have rips in them, boxes and is not in the best shape. Yeah, you can say that again. So the manual is a repro. That would explain why it's not chewed on. You know, I noticed too when I looked at that manual from afar, the coloring on it looked off. Where is it? Would not spend $6.50 on that. Skyrim. I typically always pick Argonian in Elder Scrolls. Argonian or Khajiit. It's usually what I do. Hello, Dutch guy. Drakenstol, nice and cheap. I do recommend it if you're looking for something affordable on Super Nintendo and you're an RPG fan. Don't assume because this game is cheap that it's not good. Oh, this one has some marker on it, but like it's not too far off what you would normally spend for it. This is a good playlist, but they repeat these songs too often. Let's do this one. Oscar is a pretty hard game to get complete in box. It's pretty rare. It's pretty beat up. I was wondering why it was somewhat cheap. That's pretty cheap for a complete box copy of that game. I've still never played Pilot Wings. The original or the N64 Pilot Wings. I did the 3DS one. You think Nintendo's done with Pilot Wings? I think they are. I don't think they'd bring it back. Made a great 3DS launch game, though. That's a good point. They're done with it until someone else makes a clone of it, and then they'll sue and make another. Yep. Well, hell, if that's what we gotta do to make them bring back series, let's get on it. See what people are actually spending on complete box Super Nintendo games. I have not checked that in a long time. It's nice to see that there are still, like, some of the common classics are still somewhat affordable. Right, like, you can definitely get started on Super Nintendo with some of the good stuff without breaking the bank too much. Some of the first party stuff. Right, if you're super casual into it, look, you can get Star Fox Complete in Box for 35 bucks. That's not bad. It's that price of cheaper than an Amiibo. I need to try playing 7 Saga again one day. I love the music in that game. It's just such a atmospheric RPG. And the way that they handle how you go through the world and, like, the other characters of the game that you can play as are kind of just, like, wandering around and you can just randomly run into them and be like a villain towards you. So unique. It was a 900 copy for Chrono Trigger good. It looked okay. Yeah, it looked alright. The 650 one was the one that was beat up to hell. Do I think it's worth getting a Sonic Racing Deluxe bundle for 90 or just stick to the regular version? If you don't care about the cameo characters, like playing as SpongeBob and the turtles and all that stuff, whoever else is in that freaking game, if you don't care about that stuff, just stick to the regular. But if you think you're going to want to play as all the weird characters, then you're going to... Essentially, you're forced into buying that game for $90. Which is crazy. Well, that copy wasn't the cleanest. The $900 copy. It was acceptable. It had some creases on it. On the box. Like, definitely not mint. Here's one that sold for 800. Let's see what they got. Oh wow, it had the registration card. That's that adds like minimum $100-$200 to the value. But they don't have the maps. Oh wait, do they? I just can't like. Looks like they have them stacked on top of one another. Box is decent. Can't see what they actually have here though. It's either one or both of the. I think it's just one. Yeah, I think it's one. Poster. Yeah, so it's missing one of the posters. But honestly, they accepted an offer. Say they accepted 700, probably. With the registration card, that's actually pretty good. You can probably locate the other poster down in time. The highest I've seen that registration card go was on eBay on stream. Some of you might remember. I think someone bought it for like $300 or something. It's really high in price. Just the registration card. The game that started it all for me when it came to collecting. And what I mean by that, this game means a lot to me. The box means a lot to me. Because this is the game where I was in a Funko Land. And, you know, back in the day, they'd put the box on the shelf and they keep the game behind the counter. So you would you'd see the game on the shelf and you would just go up and ask for the game, or you'd bring the box up and typically they would actually keep the box. Like you'd hand the box in and they would just give you the cart. But in this instance, I specifically asked, can I have the box as well? Normally they would keep the box as a way, like, if they got another trade-in of the game, they would have the box on the shelf to more easily show that they had it in stock. But this time I was like, no, you're giving me that box. And that is what really started my collecting. Because at the time I was really getting into digital press. So I started valuing games being complete in the box rather than just the cartridge. No problem, thank you, Angel. Do I like the Tales of series? I'm not super into, like, I haven't played most of the Tales of games. The only one I put any meaningful amount of time into is Vesperia, which I was definitely a big fan of. I was into it enough to buy, like, little figures and statues and promo items and stuff for that when I was in Japan. Still have them. Actually, I have one sitting right here. Hold on. Little Yuri. Nendoroid looking thing here. It's missing his sword though. It's up there somewhere. Here's another little one. Bought this in Japan. I used to have a bigger one. I sold that. Actually, I think I sold that to Nostalgic Dan. Dan bought that off of me. Bigger Yuri figure. Yeah, so it looks like in the world of Super Nintendo. Well, this game's come down in price a little bit. Musi used to be way more than $250. Pretty sure that game was like $400 or $500 at some point. Could be wrong, but I remember it just being more than $250. Do I have an interest in Chronos the New Dawn? I'm definitely interested in it. But people will have to wait and see if it makes the cut for this year's horror month, I guess. So yeah, just a heads up, like on the YouTube side, I will probably try streaming my horror month streams on my main channel on YouTube this year, so be ready to be spammed with horror game live streams. Maybe not everyone there, it'll really depend like what the reception is. But I'll probably try it for a few games at least, see how it goes. A lot like this back in the day, no joke, probably would have been like $80, $100. We're talking early 2000s, like 2005 or earlier. You wouldn't, like, it was so hard to sell lots like this on eBay for Super Nintendo games like this. These are some of the most common Super Nintendo games. And I'm really not joking with that price either. Like, you would struggle to sell this for $100. Super Nintendo can be collector friendly right now if you go for the carts, cart only. But yeah, it's a little late to get into the complete box collecting. Unless you're okay with really beat up copies of games. Or just, you know, really cherishing the games that you buy and like taking your time to play them and beat them. If you're picking up some of the more expensive stuff, so maybe you only buy like a couple games, few games a year or something. One game a month. Yeah, I was always more of a Sega Genesis person. I grew up with the Genesis before Super Nintendo. Just to give you a perspective of when I got into Super Nintendo, I was able to play it at a friend's house. I had the Genesis, my friend had the Super Nintendo, so it was like best of both worlds, play each other's consoles. But I got into it when the Model 2 Super Nintendo came out, when they bundled it with Yoshi's Island. That's when I got my own Super Nintendo. So at least I was able to get into it while it was, you know, still new in the stores, but I was more of a Genesis person. Which is slightly unfortunate because obviously Genesis games in the clamshells typically hold less value than a complete in-box Super Nintendo game. So like from the perspective of if I held on to all my games, Super Nintendo would have been like the way to go from the beginning. Super Nintendo games just tend to be more money. Harder to get. Nice condition. I'm paying attention a lot to the cheaper games that are selling. It's kind of eye-opening to see what you can actually get for a decent price on Super Nintendo still. There's another copy. Let's see how this one was. The original price tag, $50. Looked like it came from a GameStop when they were selling retro games. I couldn't imagine, like, that has to be, it says that looks just like a GameStop sticker. That's crazy. But they have really sold that for 50? I guess it's possible. Wow, it does see, yeah, EB Games. They wrote EB on the barcode. Wow, imagine that. I love that price sticker. That's just so... Like, the fact that you can see a EB Games price sticker on there for $50. I don't mind a price sticker like that. Alright, I think this will be a good place to wind this down for the night. Thank you everybody for coming out as always. Next eBay stream, by the way, that'll be the last eBay stream for a bit, because I typically do one eBay stream in October. If I do it this year. But usually I do in like it towards the middle of the month. So we're gonna, you know, it won't be weekly once we're in October. So just keep that in mind. So next week will be the last, you know, normal eBay stream for a little bit. But thank you to everybody for coming and hanging out. And next stream, I guess Hell Is Us. I definitely got to revisit that one more time, at least one more time, to see what I think of it. So we shall see. And then Horror Month fast approaching. So you'll see a lot of horror game streams coming up in the future. If you're on the YouTube side, hopefully you enjoy it, because it'll be the first time I'll be attempting them on the channel there. Don't forget to like the stream on the way out if you're on YouTube. Always appreciate it, and I'll see you guys next stream.